Sorry, can I check? Is there any reason why this meeting hasn't started yet? Um,
I think we'll get it from Miss Machalamba, Dr. Leroux.
Thank you. Mr. Manjalamba, are you on this afternoon?
Good afternoon, members. Is this meeting happening or not? Because I don't see the chair or Vuyo on here.
Well, that's a notification we've got for today, so I don't know also. I'm also in the dark here.
Good afternoon, members. In the platform, I'm trying to get hold of the chairperson. Thank you.
Noted, Miss Machalamba.
Good afternoon, members. It's me again. I can't get hold of the chairperson, so I think procedurally, if we want to proceed or we wait for 4 or 5 more minutes for the chair to join, or we elect an acting chairperson, I will take suggestions. Thank you. Must we elect an acting chairperson or wait for the chair to join the meeting? I'll wait for the members to respond.
Hi, thank you.
An acting chairperson.
I would also be in favour of us starting the meeting after electing a chairperson. Thank you.
Yeah, I agree, Secretary. I have another meeting at 5:30 that I have to attend to, a joint standing committee for Parliament. So I'm going to have to leave this meeting if we're not finished. So can we do that so we don't waste any further time?
Okay, we'll proceed to the election of the acting chairperson. Mr. Van Staden's hand is up. Over to you, Mr. Van Staden.
No, I just was just agreeing. Thank you.
Okay, I'll proceed to the election of the acting chairperson. Rule 159 of the National Assembly rules indicates that if the chairperson of a committee is absent or unable to perform the functions of the chairperson, the committee must elect one of its members as acting chairperson. I'll therefore take nominations.
My hand is up, Chair. You are the chair now. You are facilitating a process. So when I refer to chair, I refer to you, Ms.
The
Majalamba.
chairperson has just joined. Thank you, Ma'am Clerk.
Let me apologize and not blame Ms. Majalamba. This morning, honorable members, I was attending an appropriations committee out of the advice or the inquiry made by Honorable Clark. Now, I'm logged in with that. I'm logged in there. I'm wondering why the meeting is not starting. I'm sorry, I had really used the wrong login details for that, and I apologize profusely, Ms. Majalamba. And thank you very much, honorable members, that you have logged in. My sincere apology. May I therefore request that we start the meeting, but maybe let us then agree that this is a portfolio committee taking place within the President of Parliament, and therefore it will be deemed to be in Parliament, even though we are on virtual, and indicate to honorable members that I needed to report that maybe you start by condolences to the Eastern Cape province, especially things that have happened in OR Tambo district, which is really severely affected that community. Over 90 members of the committee have since passed on. I will immediately after the condolence message and our moment of silence give you a bit of a report what I did with them this morning. But today again in the Eastern, in KwaZulu-Natal, in Vryheid, there was a big accident where we had 11 members who perished there. And unfortunately, all the members were coming in back from the rally in Durban, destined for their families, members of the EFF. And our sincere condolence to the EFF and the leadership and those families that have been affected. A moment of silence, honorable members, in that regard. Thank you. Thank you. May the souls of those departed rest in peace. Yeah. Honorable members, even before we start, let me then report that I had a meeting with the Eastern Cape Department of Health this morning, just to check how they are processing the disaster in OR Tambo in terms of bodies. Are the families coming in? Are they getting assisted? Are they able to identify bring that. And so I was really, there's a report which I was still awaiting and delayed in sending it up. I was going to read it to you, but I will then not read now and just say to you, families have come to identify their loved ones. They have been assisted by the Department of Health. A certain significant number of postmortems have been conducted, and numbers that have been done is quite a significant number. I don't want to shout until I read it, and I'll forward it to you. I was also in touch with the chairperson of the Forensic Committee nationally to check
Recording
if
in progress.
there is any assistance that has been needed by the Eastern Cape. And Dr. Mama Shela assured me that things are going well. They do not need to support Eastern Cape. They have been getting reports that everything is under control, and we want to thank them there that they must continue doing that so that families can bury on time as they need to bury their loved ones. May I therefore give over to Ms. Machalamba to indicate members who have joined in for our meeting. Ms. Machalamba.
Good afternoon and thank you, Chair. Present is Dr. Dlomo, Ms. Klego, Ms. Shabangu, Ms. Kumalo, Ms. Clark, Dr. Leroux, Mr. Mutubatse, Mr. Mjadu, Ms. Marais, Mr. Van Staden, and Dr. Litlape. I've received an apology from Ms. Sine. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, honorable members. We would have 3 presentations today, though Ms. Machalamba spoke to me regarding the second, the one in the middle, and requested the third presentation to be really on standby much earlier because the second team has not indicated their availability, though they were invited, and Ms. Machalamba can expand whether they did confirm. But we, for now, have presentation number 1 and presentation number 3. We'll keep on checking with the middle presentation, and if they are not able to come or not responding, then we'll bring earlier, who was number 3, if it is possible. Otherwise, we'll have a bit of a break in between. Just a reminder, the first presentation, honorable members, we continue listening to those requested to participate in this portfolio committee with their presentations. Presentations have been sent for us. We would request members to avail themselves to listen to the presentations. It's a few slides that I've seen from the first presentation. We'll give them not more than 30 minutes to present, and they will have to interact with us through questions that you are going to raise, and then they will come back again to indicate their responses to what the members have raised. I can't remember whether it's seat number 3 or the first one is, which one, Ms. Machalamba? Okay. The first presentation can then be flighted, and they will allow them to start. When you start presenting, you then introduce yourself, your team, and then you take it from there. Thank you very much. Over to you. Your 30 minutes starts now. I haven't seen anything coming on the screen.
You can share your screen, Ms. Madipoto.
Yeah, unmute your phone and start talking, please. Thank you. Mr. Mampapata, unmute your phone, start communicating with the portfolio committee.
What could be happening, Chair, if I may ask?
Ms. Mampapata, Mr. Mampapata, you are now muted. Please, can you unmute yourself? You are a co-host. You have been given hosting rights. Fly to a presentation and start speaking. None of us can hear you, please. Mr. Mampapata, you are unmuted, but we cannot hear you. Maybe write down what is the challenge. None of us can hear you, but you are now unmuted. It's probably something to do with your gadget. We can't hear you. You are unmuted. Write down on the chat, what can we do now?
Chair, could I perhaps suggest that if the presenter is struggling, that we move on to the next presenter and that he presents after the second presentation? Thank you.
Ms. Matalamba, your phone is not
Already, you can take over. Yeah. Okay, all right, I'll give you co-hosting rights then.
Okay. Yeah, Dr. Leroux, it looks like Ms. Matalamba is doing exactly what we were suggesting. I tried on the phone, she was busy with the second presenter. And if the second presenter is here, is that confirmed, Ms. Matalamba, that the other presenter is available, they can start? Ms. Matalamba?
Sorry, Chair, yes, he's ready, Chair. I've given him co-hosting rights. You can share your screen, Mr. Kuzwai.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much.
Welcome, Mr. Kuzwayo. You are welcome from, I think, SIP, right? Let
Yeah.
us hear your presentation, Mr. Matoda Kuzwayo. You will have 30 minutes of a presentation, and then we will interact with the presentation of the portfolio committee. Thereafter, we will come back to assist us with the response on what we have presented. Thank you very much. So your 30 minutes starts now exactly at 2:30.
Thank you so much, Chair, and greetings to all the honorable members. As it has been indicated, my name is Madoda Kuzwayo. I am an entrepreneur. Just for the background, I am a qualified engineer, qualified software engineer, and with 22 years of experience in building large e-commerce platforms. You know, I've built platforms for the likes of your Bidvest, your BMW, you know, amongst other things, and many other various government departments in the last 22 years of being an entrepreneur. And thank you for affording me the opportunity to come and present today. SIP Liquor is a small business that is currently based in Sentin. We retail liquor, premium wines, spirits, alcohol beverages, and obviously tobacco products, which are retailed offline at the moment. You know, we do in-store tastings, click and collect, on-demand home delivery, exclusive brand experiences. In actual fact, our business started right in the middle of COVID, you know, which it proved that the model that we are trying to innovate on, or that of online delivery for liquor products, did work. Now this was before the likes of your Mr. D and Uber Eats, you know, jumped in, you know, in the space. Our vision as a company is to transform local shopping through a human-centered technology model. In doing so, we consider the impact of our business on the environment, the safety and well-being of our customers and drivers, you know, mutual beneficial relationships with our suppliers and merchants, and obviously contributing to the society through job creation. Like I said, we were founded in 2019 and started operating in 2020 when we got our liquor license. We now have 48 staff that works on our warehouse and in our store, in our 2 stores, and we have 40 plus delivery drivers who are all South Africans. To continue about SIP, like I said, we retail liquor and tobacco products. We own and operate our own 2 brick-and-mortar liquor stores, and have developed our own online platform where we deliver within a 10-kilometer radius. And I'm sure honorable members will be familiar with the likes of Mr. D and Uber Eats in this case. But unlike platforms such as those, we carry our own stock, meaning we are an actual store like Checkers Liquor, like Spa Tops. It's just that we've added online as a delivery model, or as an avenue for people within a 10-kilometer radius of our store to be able to order. As a result of our normal trade in liquor, we are constantly requested by customers to include tobacco products as part of our delivery service. And I think in general, you know, people of legal age that drink alcohol, chances are they also do smoke, and it becomes a convenience service if one was able to include tobacco products, you know, in the process of our delivery. And I will go into detail on the latest slides as to why we believe this should be included. Now, e-commerce or online retailing plays a significant and a vital role as an entry equalizer for small and micro businesses, especially those operating in the township economy. Honorable members, being a small business trying to get a space in the mall is almost impossible. The rates are so high, and the red tape is so high that small businesses are not able to operate in that space. But online, model becomes an equalizer, because if I'm able to invest a small amount, whether that's 200,000, 500,000, to actually build my own app or build an online store, one is able to operate without having to spend, hundreds of thousands in setting up a normal brick and mortar. Now, we all know, like I've said, that rent and maintaining a physical presence is expensive and out of reach for small and micro business. Now, back in the days, the NDP says that by 2030, my apology, 90% of all jobs should come from small businesses. In actual fact, in any economy, honorable members, in any country that is successful at the moment, small businesses play a crucial role as job creators, more than government, more than large businesses. Now, if the law or the act does not support or discriminate small businesses in anyhow, it means we are actually not doing well as a country in terms of, servicing our people, which is why I submitted my presentation and probably the request to present today, representing not just myself, but other small businesses that may not be here who are in similar sphere. Now, after COVID, the world shifted significantly, honorable members. Before COVID, everyone, being bits and pieces, did order online. But immediately after COVID, everyone realized how convenient it is to actually order and get stuff delivered to your home. Whether you are using a 6060, whether you are using Mr. D, whether you are using many other small platforms that have actually come out since 2020, that market is now so huge that in South Africa, the value of e-commerce is currently sitting at 225 billion. And FNB, have seen an average e-commerce spend of 30% growth year on year. And that was during the first half of 2020, according to Statistica, which is the research company that actually came up with these numbers. Now, I included this slide here so that the honorable members can see how big a market is for delivery. And by excluding certain products in that market, we are not just discriminating against small businesses that participate in this space, but we are also discriminating against people that are of legal age who actually do need the products that we are talking about today for whatever various reasons that they may have. Now, coming to the tobacco bill impact, Section 9.5 and Section 9.6 sets out a total ban of selling, distributing, supplying, and buying any tobacco products through postal services, courier services, the internet, or any other electronic medium. Now, let me add here, honorable members, that this clause was written back in 1980 and hasn't changed much, and it still assumes that technology hasn't moved forward. Back in the days, it made sense. When you ordered something via online or call or whatever electronic means, it meant that a courier will deliver your stuff and put it in your postal box in front of your house, and there might not be anyone even to accept that, or anyone can accept that, which meant that prevention of tobacco products to be sold to minors was not possible at that point in time. However, in 2025, I am of the view, and the facts suggest that internet is much more safer than offline retail stores, and I will actually touch on that on the next slides. Also, the bill under Section 3.4 also talks to the use of internet or any online means to promote or advertise the sale of products as being prohibited. Now, in general, so it means that if one were to be allowed to sell products such as tobacco online, at the same time, when you list those products in your app, in your portal, that may also be considered as advertising. And I would urge the members when they deliberate around this, that we look at these two clauses together to saying, let us separate what is advertising and let us separate what is listing of a product in my online platform without having to promote it, whether via Facebook, whether via Google AdWords or any other means that is considered advertising. And I think this clause 3.4 is not explanatory enough. It sort of like takes a blanket approach to saying listing a product in my store, which is an online store, is as good as advertising. And if you look at the offline model, if I walk to a shelf at Pick n Pay right now, I can see tobacco products on the shelf. I can see that is Dunhill. I can see that is Chairperson. But this clause says if I were to be selling my products on my shop, I cannot actually even list those products, hence I added it here. And we know that the penalty for this is severe, 15 years, in prison or a fine. And as I've indicated, this clause is outdated and not in tune with the future of retail and risks criminalizing legitimate online businesses. Now, members, if you were to study what other countries are doing, whether that is the United States, and I'm even talking countries like Yemen, for example, deeply, religious countries, after COVID, they've actually allowed the retail of liquor and tobacco products online, obviously within limits, which I'm going to talk about in the next slide. Now, the purpose of the clause or the purpose of this act is to prevent the sale of tobacco products to people who are under age. And honorable members, right now, if a child goes into a spaza shop in Hammanskraal, if I make an example, that is probably owned by an unregistered immigrant, there is no way that the government is able to prevent that person that's standing on the counter to selling tobacco products to that minor in an offline environment. It's not possible to actually even police that unless it was reported somehow. However, in an online environment, it is almost impossible to actually trick the system. Technology is so advanced that before someone can actually buy, we can be able to verify their age through their ID that is linked to Home Affairs, both the ID and facial recognition. If you've been to your banking app right now, you can see that when you log in, actually most banking apps, whether you are adding a beneficiary, someone that you are going to pay, or you are making a large transaction, your phone wants you to put your face in front of the camera so that we can verify that this is you for real, So my argument, honorable members, is that online helps government achieve what it wants to achieve more than the offline. However, in order to get to that, we need to allow the sale of tobacco products online. And I think that if honorable members were to look at the measures, such as that of liquor licensing, I cannot sell liquor unless I am licensed by the provincial board. In the same manner, you can look at not being able to sell tobacco online unless you as a retailer, you are first licensed so that we know who we are dealing with. That is one part. But on the part of the consumers, we have the technology as humanity right now to be able to block people who are of underage and verify people who are of legal age to buy whatever products they need online, which the brick and mortar retailer cannot match. And that is my argument in this case. Online serves the act more than the offline. There are various benefits to allowing the sale of tobacco products to consumers. it keeps people safe and prevents drunk driving to stores. Like I've said, since COVID, we've seen that the growth of online retailing in the local environment, where in the past, if I am hosting a party and I ran out of liquor in the middle of my party, the only option was to drive to the nearest liquor store that is still open. However, now I have an option of just opening up my app and then refill whatever I need to refill. Now, if I am a smoker or a person who have chosen to smoke, knowing the benefits, the not so benefits, in this case, I think I should not be discriminated. I should still be able to sit there while I have taken liquor and be able to get my cigarette. And that is my plea in this case. But number two, it serves the elderly and people who are living with disability. Again, I think the act discriminates greatly against the elderly and people living with disability. To such a point that you are forced to find someone to go to the store on your behalf. And we know that most people in this case don't have such privileges. So I would really plea with the members that you guys consider this point greatly. Number three, it reduces exposure to crime. If I don't have to drive at night, especially for women, if I don't have to drive at night to go and refill and I can order via the app, why should I drive at night to actually get my cigarette in this case, And I am also of the view that we can support convenience and responsible behavior if we allow the sale of tobacco products together with liquor in this case. Now, the bill, as I've indicated, risks discriminating against small micro businesses. Big corporate retailers dominate the physical space. We all know it. And it is impossible for small businesses to actually compete and have access to market. However, the internet allows us to do so, as point number two. Liquor is allowed online, and my question is, why not tobacco under regulated conditions, as I've actually made suggestions on the previous slides. And I think if we were to consider how we regulate, how we register retailers, who are allowed to actually sell tobacco. And also, honorable members, I am of the view that the online is able to even help us track where the cigarettes come from, which can actually help us, even eliminate illegal cigarettes, being sold, because the offline cannot actually help us do that. Now, my point is, without the amendment, bill entrenches inequality, especially in townships, and excludes emerging small businesses as players in the space. Big retailers can survive without having to sell anything online. In any way, they have thousands of stores all over the place. I only have 2 stores. Sbusiso in Soweto has 1 store. Sbanbani in another place only has 1 store. The only thing that we have is the internet that enables us to survive, and market our businesses and have access, to the market, and at least, have a chance in participating in the space. As I conclude, prohibition is ineffective. South Africa saw this during COVID. Having to blindly and just blankly prohibit anything does not solve the problem. We saw during COVID, people did find ways to buy cigarettes, did find ways to buy liquor, and it was almost impossible for government to monitor that. However, technology can enable better compliance and responsible retailing, as I've indicated on my previous points. Now, if the bill is out of step My apology. The bill is out of step with global retail and innovation trends. And I've mentioned this, that if you look at other countries, you look at other states, like the US, many states, from New York to Texas, actually allow the sale of tobacco products together with liquor products online. And if I may add, honorable members, this was said by the previous Minister of Trade and Industry during COVID. E-commerce can reduce shopper density, support innovation, increase access to informal market and poor South Africans. This was not, in my opinion, just during COVID, but every day moving forward, we should put e-commerce first. We should put the internet first as an equalizer. Our request in this case, remove or amend clauses banning online tobacco sales. Recognize that technology exists to do robust age verification, whether that is through integration with Department of Home Affairs, ID check or facial recognition, both at the point of sale and both at the point of delivery. And I think if we do so, we will achieve what we want to achieve. Allow small businesses to operate, allow people that want to buy products to be able to buy products, and then block the people that are underage that do not need to actually have access to these products. I think technology allows us to do that. We don't have to build any new technology. That technology already exists. Number 3, align approach with treatment of online liquor sales, which is the future of retail. And I've expanded on this point previously, that in a manner that we license liquor retailers, we can consider licensing online tobacco sales so that we are able to track and monitor who sells these products, where they buy it from, to prevent even illegal buying and selling of illegal tobacco products. At the same time, as I've indicated on point number 2, we are able to verify the people that are buying with the technology such as that of banking apps that already exist in this case. But most importantly, we can protect jobs, allow innovation, and allow small businesses to participate in the space. And small businesses, as I've indicated, are the job creators in this case. And in closing, honorable members, Liquor is committed to responsible commerce, job creation, and inclusive growth. And our plea and our submission to you was so that we can actually continue in that responsibility. We urge Parliament to take forward-looking, evidence-based approach in making these decisions. And in that manner, I am done with my presentation. Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Kuva. Siyabuzwa with your evidence-based approach. Honorable members, I want to see how I recognize hands here now. I'm using a gadget that is challenged. Yes. May I recognize hands that are going to come from honorable members? My gadget I'm using here is another one. It's an iPad, not a laptop today. And therefore, I may have some challenges. I would request that you show me, you raise your hands at your time and recognize. Let me recognize the hands. Let me recognize the hands of the members who would like to engage with the portfolio committee, with the presentation from the portfolio committee members. Ms. Majalamba, assist me. It was suddenly, unless we take this presentation out, I can't see members' hands coming in. Can we then just remove the presentation and then we can then recognize the hands? I see Honorable Van Staden. I don't know the name, the first name. Okay. Honorable Van Staden, only now I see that Van Staden number 1. Honorable Clark, we are number 2. Honorable Dr. Leroux, we are number 3. Honorable Kumalo, we are number 4. Honorable Motubatsi, we are number 5. Honorable Shabangu, I see we are number 6. Okay. There are members who are here that have not raised their hands. Let me just take one round. Honorable Dr. Leklape, you're not going to have a hand up. Or we are having a gadget. Honorable Dr. Leklape, number 7. Okay, so let all of them know they just take one round.
Mine is also up, Chair. It's Treko.
Honorable Treko, number 8. Okay. Is there any honorable member that I'm leaving out in this order? Number 1, Van Staden. Number 2, Honorable Clark. Number 3, Honorable Leroux. Number 4, Honorable J. Kumalo. Number 5, Honorable Motubatse. 6, Honorable Shabangu. 7, Honorable Leklape. 8, Honorable Treko. In that order, honorable members, let me not pause in between, let me not come in between you asking questions one after the other. Start with Honorable Van Staden. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you to the presenter for the presentation. Good afternoon, colleagues and everybody. Only 4 questions from my side. The first one is, what will be the solution to curb the illegal trade in tobacco and at the same time take into account the health of South Africans? Question number 2, do you think that enforcement has been successful in general when 60% plus of the market is illicit? Question number 3, is it your opinion that the retail display ban would in effect criminalize a portion of the retail sector? And if so, can you elaborate on it? And my last question is, how many small traders and community retailers will be forced out of business when this bill come into effect? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Chairperson. I'm not going to cover the illicit trade. My colleague has done that. Then, if you could just tell me, you speak about ordering online cigarettes and alcohol, because that's how the world is trading these days. But how certain can you guarantee us that these sales will not be sold to minors, and what steps are taken to ensure that that does not happen? And then secondly, when you say that the bill's out of step with global retail and innovation trend, what have you used for your benchmarking? What other countries allow for online tobacco sales, and how do their economies compare with ours? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Kozaya, for your presentation. It's certainly an interesting perspective, and just as you say, small businesses are meant to be an important part of our economy. So we value your perspective as a small business owner trying to fight against the big businesses that are out there that and trying to find space in that competitive environment, and we appreciate your insights on that. I only have one question linked to what my colleague Honourable Clark asked about, and is specifically if you could be fairly explicit about how you do the age verification. I think that you, as a software engineer, would know that, and I think for us it might be useful to understand how you can ensure that age verification, both for alcohol and for tobacco, how you can ensure that is done correctly and safely. If that's my only question. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Chair, let me also joint members who have welcomed the presentation from Mr. Kuzwayo, but I'm having some questions that I want to pose. One, online platforms can be exploited to market their products. Online marketplaces make it easy for youth to access tobacco products and be exposed to persuasive marketing every time they open a browser. Is there another valid reason Chair online sales should still be allowed in South Africa? Lastly, Chair, regarding online sales, what about children who can access parents or older people credit cards? What verification takes place at delivery stage currently? Thank you, Chair.
No, thanks very much. And I also welcome the presentation by Mr. Khumalo. Just one quick one. Fortunately, you are from Gauteng. I'll come back to this question. Online activities, sometimes they have what we call ghost subscribers. If you can help me, if you have a ghost subscriber who is online, who wants to purchase, how will your engineering technology assist us to cap such happening? And also twin to that question will be, how would you monitor that illicit trading is not taking place within that framework of ghost subscribers, so to put it? Secondly, you spoke about small business, you spoke about the townships, and I found it very contradictory because you want to lean into small business that needs to thrive under the circumstances. Can you and I would want to argue that the majority of the people who participate in online trading necessarily are our people from the townships, because those people, it's mainly people who have got the ability to can go to the shop, can do all those things. And help me to juxtapose your argument with you leaning towards the small businesses, people who are in the townships. And thirdly, although we're not dealing with this, but I'm going to give you an example. I've just learned now that there are areas around Gauteng, and it came as a shock to me that people who are within the liquor industry itself sell at some point a can at 10 rands, which I would want to believe that that is not within the trade market and that is not the price. And it actually shocks me to want to understand what is actually happening. Is this real alcohol that is going through? And I would want to categorize it under illegal flow of alcohol, especially in our townships. Now, if that is the case, what is your role in making sure within that liquor industry that is not that should not happen, and what role are you playing to help the government not to have such happening? And I suspect that if that is allowed by yourself within the industry, it simply gives me an impression that you would not actually care to help the government to cap such activities within our industry, within our country. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good afternoon to all the members on the platform. And let me also appreciate the presentation from Mr. Kuzwayo, a young business person. And I've got few questions. Some they were covered by other honorable members. If one look at your website, Mr. Khuzwayo. It, I understand that. Sorry, I'm in the bad position here. If I was saying that if one look at your website as you presented, I've observed that there is no age verification required to view images or products that are related to alcohol or on your page. You can view anything that is advertised there without any restriction to age. Also, there is no direct sale of alcohol on your website. Then you just get the code that you press, get the code, and that directs you to the email without any age verification. Shouldn't this raise a concern about the credibility of the presentation and suggestions made here today? That's my first question. And I'm not going to dwell much on the online sales. The other members have covered that. And I'm sure you are aware that these online, the children, they can get vapes delivered on this Uber. I'm sure you have seen that the companies like Take a Lot also, the age, you just tick yes or no. There's no other way of verifying the age if you order online. Have you tried using this website? Do you think what is happening is safe and is not marketing direct to all age group, even the minors? And the other thing that raise a concern, in your presentation, you are very big on job creation and inclusive growth. You're not much on the safe of the public. You're very big on the business, which is job creation and inclusive growth. You just mentioned somewhere in your opening statement the safety of your customers. And I want to understand that many companies out there, they may be doing good business correctly. So how will the companies that are not doing business correctly be regulated if laws are relaxed because some businesses do business correctly? Also, remember that this law is meant for the nation safety, not individual businesses. It's meant for the public. If you look at it, we're not about this bill to focus on the individuals or the business. How will it work out there if others are exempted? I think those are the questions that I have, Chair. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you to honorable members and to the presenter. Mr. Khuzwayo, I just have firstly a comment that we no longer refer to people living with disabilities. It's persons with disabilities. The first issue is you talk about discrimination against small businesses. I would presume that the ban would apply to any business, big or small. How would that be discriminating against small businesses if the ban is to all businesses? Secondly, you've spoken about alcohol being allowed to be sold online. Would it make it fair, in your opinion, if alcohol was included in this online ban, that it should not be made available by courier services and online? And lastly, you compared the issue of verification, biometric verification by the banks. my understanding was that that is made possible because of the registration of the users. Your bank will load your biometrics and be able to identify you. So would you be suggesting that all people that would potentially order online have their biometrics checked and verified before? And how would that work practically? And would we be able to find out adults that are buying for minors? And how would that aspect done? That aspect work? That's all I have for now, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Good afternoon to you, to the members, and also our guests and presenters today. Good afternoon, Chair. I am coming up as the second last to have a bite on the presentation. Let me start by saying, Chair, as number one, asking the presenter, Mr. Kuzwayo, to ask to say, is he sure that the online platform does not attract minors? Because to me, whatever you see online, whatever information you get, if that verification, if their own business, their core business will be profit, it will not be age verification. That's why there is this introduction of this bill. The main is to protect children against these online sales, Chairperson. Also, I am not convinced that a business person can be more interested in age verification than making profit for the business. I still stand to be convinced around that. Also, Chair, as a member of the Portfolio Committee on Health and also a volunteer health worker, I have a direct concern on people's lives, which I think this bill was trying to protect minors against the use of these platforms to buy these products. How can Mr. Kuzwayo convince me as a health worker that they are able to protect children against this? I'm saying so because worldwide, technology has advanced. Children as young as 10 years have got access. I'm not very much sure if the information that he is presenting in front of us is 100% true, because I have not yet verified, but after the presentation, I'll go straight to the website to verify if what he has presented here today is what is happening in their business. If not, Chair, I will come back to this portfolio committee to say their site does not have these age verification measures that he talked about in front of this portfolio committee. But Chair, as a health worker, I choose life over sales. That is why I'm standing here to support the word ban regarding these online sales. I wanted to say that, Chair, we must at all times protect children. We must at all times be there for the younger ones, and also to bring to the attention of the presenters that parents are not always next to their children. Parents sometimes do not have access to what the child sees in the social media. Children have a right on their own to access information. That's why this bill is trying to protect those children against all what is happening in the internet and also in the online stores. I think, Chair, let me pause there for now. Thank you.
Honorable Murray, last one.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. Thank you, good day, colleagues. And thank you, Mr. Kuzwayo, for the presentation. I just want to make a small example. My daughter was 8 years old. She went and bought a bed that you can blow up with my account. And I didn't know about it. And here the people come and drop the things. And I was so shocked. Me and the father was so shocked because we're not aware of what the child has done with my thing. So this thing of children having access to your phones as parents and your banking account and everything is on there because we allow our children to play with these things. I have the very same questions what the other members were asking. Is that how do they know they're not going to come and drop things where a minor is having a party and now he decided that this is what they want to do? And then my other question I would like to ask Chairperson is that we're having a concern because a few weeks ago, these Uber Eats and Pick and Pay rides and things, where I'm coming from in the Free State, they got quite a few of them that was also delivering drugs. I just want to ask him, how sure are they that the service that is going to come and deliver are credible and they know what is happening with these Uber Eats and whatever the names are delivering things to the clients? Because a few weeks ago they have done it here by us. They found a lot of them on motorbikes dealing with drugs, delivering drugs as well. So I just want to find out from him, from their side, what are they saying about that? Thank you, Chairperson.
Well, thank you very much, honorable members. Baba Kuzwa, you are raising a point of evidence-based approach. I think I would wish to hear more what is evidence-based approach in your story, because somebody might just not find so much evidence-based. I would have wished that we talk more, because somebody might issue that you might have a multi-stage age verification. I think the Red Lab was correct. You don't get facial representation by not going to the bank first. So are you going to get all citizens who are potential smokers or those who already smoke to say, line up, go there, verify first before both? I mean, what you are raising is what my bank does. I don't have that facial verification at NetBank if I don't bank with NetBank. I get it wherever I am banking to. So how do you justify your saying ID and the facial verification when you don't have all citizens verified by that system that you are going to use? Number two, maybe don't put too much this story to say you are going to be in this approach because you are helping more people with disabilities. I mean, people with disabilities who like to smoke and only at Loboa home, are not going to be assisted by your system because they don't have access to what you are talking about. They just don't have that internet. So don't even start there and say you are discriminating against people with disabilities, because it will probably mean those who live in Sandton and Soweto, maybe yes. But generally speaking, people with disabilities are far from ever accessing the system the way you do. So rather justify it by other population groups in the country, not referring to people with disabilities. And I think in your presentation, you should be able to reconcile business going forward with the bill that is pro-health talking to us and to you. So if your presentation is only about how I make business, and then don't worry about the problems that are there, both for And you are actually saying, if you do accept and allow so much liquor, then you must equally allow so much cigarettes to the very same individual. The other part, I don't think, if you are using what you are, this justification, I run short of liquor or cigarettes in my party, wherever I am, then I order online. We're not talking the whole story. In fact, I was learning from another leader. Ministers of health in other countries are also ministers of highways. Because after your party, are you then giving all those people a space to sleep at? Because it's good enough to order online and they're sitting there in the house and they drink because they didn't go out. But how then do you confirm that all of them are safe going back where they are supposed to? So let us probably be circumspect in really making proposals that you find wanting when you are really exhausting them to finality. Can you get you to support us with the responses on this? Thank you.
Thank you, honorable members. Yo, that's a lot. And thank you so much for the questions. It forces one to think holistically. I'm going to attempt to answer the questions in order of which they came. Honorable Van Staden, you mentioned solution around illegal trade and whether enforcement, is enough. I think those are the ones that I'm going to answer. From a business perspective, which is probably what my presentation was based on, is that one is able to track where the business orders its products from versus how many of those products it sold, So it is my opinion that if you do allow the sale of tobacco products, just like you allow them offline, you'll apply the same measures, to actually check whether the licensed retailers are actually ordering the products from, the legitimate suppliers in this case. That is really my point from that point of view. And I am not sure whether in an offline environment, and I think that's where my presentation is coming from, comparing what's happening offline and what's happening online. And there's no total ban of tobacco products in the offline. However, I am not convinced that government is able to enforce, or at least curb the sale of tobacco products to minors in the offline environment, And I was making a comparison between the two, that it does not make sense to actually do that online only. And I hear the arguments and I hear the points that have been raised. That is just my honest view in this case, And if I come to Honorable Dr. Clark, how certain am I that products won't be sold to minors, and the steps that one could take and what other countries are doing? I think I did mention in my presentation that if I looked at countries like United States of America, for example, they do allow this, the sale of tobacco products with verification, both at the point of sale and at the point of delivery in this case. And that's where I'm coming from in this. How certain am I that tobacco products won't be sold to minors? Honestly, I am not 100% sure. However, I don't think that the total ban actually does achieve that goal in any way. But I am of the view that if you allow it and then put measures in place, both for registrations of retailers, verification of retailers, registration and verification of buyers, you could at least, be able to balance the equation, and that's where I'm coming from, Honorable Dr. Clark. How does and Honorable Dr. Carl asked age verification. If I may actually expand on this from a software engineering point of view, it is true that facial recognition works only if someone registered and verified beforehand. And moving forward, after registration and verification, then that person can then be allowed to buy and can also be allowed to receive, the delivery. Can I continue?
Yes, please.
Yes.
Continue. Okay. Thank you.
So on the age verification, honorable members, from a technology point of view, it does require that someone first register and then only then they can sell, they can buy and they can actually receive. And if you put that as part of the measures in place, and that's what I was presenting, that if you put that as measures, there is technology that is already in place in that regard. Honorable Kumalo, you asked about exploited to market the product and advertising. Yes, you actually asked about online advertising, browsers, and whether this won't be exploited. I am not arguing the point of advertising cigarettes, I am of the view that that is actually a good thing. And I'm not saying we should change that. I am just saying if you are going to allow the sale of product, you naturally will allow the listing of that product. Meaning if you log into my website or any other, you would see that I'm buying a Dunhill, a Stuyvesant, etc. However, that should not be considered as advertising because it's not as same as the online billboard or banner that pops up as you advertise your browser. So those are two different things, and I'm not advocating for advertising of tobacco products. I'm merely saying that in the process of looking at these clauses, you should separate what listing is and what advertising is. And then if I come to Honorable Mutubatse, you spoke about ghost subscribers, you spoke about illicit trading, SMMEs versus township, and then obviously the alcohol that is sold for 10 Rand, Let me come to this. So it is true, and it's a fact that we cannot run away from, that in the online space, criminals will always exist, that you cannot run away from. And that's why I'm of the support that first accrediting or registering and approving service providers or retailers that can actually sell online, similar to how you do liquor at the moment, would be the way to go. And that is my opinion in this case. And as to whether we can curb the sale of illicit products online, I would say we can do better online than we're doing offline at the moment, because in the offline environment, it's totally blank. We actually have no clue as a country and as government how many of illicit products are being actually sold in these spaza shops, and there is no way of actually even tracking that. So my point is, if you license things correctly, or if you consider licensing things correctly, at least to a certain extent, you allow the legitimate people to buy what they need in the right manner. And it is also true that, Chair, my presentation was probably more pro-business in this case, not necessarily looking at the health part. But my view, or the point I was trying to bring across, that the bill exists to serve two people. One, we must be concerned about the health, but in doing so, we must also be concerned about many other aspects, such as job creation, such as small businesses that we need to support. It is not necessarily that I am saying we shouldn't be concerned about the health. And I think I touched it on my first slide when I say we are concerned about the the well-being of our people. Maybe that didn't come across, strongly, but I did touch on it. Now, Honorable Mutubatse, SMMEs in townships versus SMMEs in Sentin. I strongly disagree with this statement. And there is a reason why I actually disagree with this. If you look at the growth of retail stores such as 6060, such as Pick and Pay ASAP, and Checkers is moving big in townships at the moment, township people actually do order online. Take a Lot has warehouses, in the middle of townships delivering products. So the assumption that township people don't actually use online services is incorrect in my opinion. And that is just the statistics that exist in the industry and that you might want to look at, and I don't think actually townships are backwards in any way. I think South Africa in general, exists as far as the GDP is concerned, because of the business that happens in townships. So we must not consider them as backward in any way. Now, the sale of a can at 10 Rand, that I do not know, Honorable Member. I would assume that is just illegal. It is impossible for such things. But also, my argument in all of this is that these things happen offline. And we don't seem to have any way or any measures in place to be able to cap them online. And assuming that by blindly and blankly just not allowing the online, we would actually, move the needle a little bit. And I am of the view that's not the case. I am of the view that the online can do better than the offline. And that is the argument that I'm actually trying to bring into this. As far as my role is concerned in assisting government, Honorable Tubatse, this is my start. I only have 2 stores, 2 very small stores. However, I felt the need that even though I'm not a conglomerate with 100 stores, like all the big retailers, I can contribute to this discussion somehow. Hence, I did my submission so that I can be part of the process moving forward. And that is how and why I am here. I hope that answers your question as far as my role and my interest in helping government. And I am open, Honorable Member, to availing myself, even beyond this to further engage and elaborate and assist where I can assist, not necessarily for my own benefit and my own stores, but if there is a need to build a robust system, that technologically allows everyone to do what they need to do and assist government in any other way, that I am available. Honorable Shabangu, I think you spoke about credibility on our website. I'm not sure which website that you visited, but I will share after this presentation with Vyogazi, I will share the link to our app that you can interact with after this. Then you can see how it works. But also, I mentioned on my slides that as humanity, technology exists for us to do this. Now, currently, how we do liquor, in our case, remember we have an offline store, meaning a physical retail store. You can actually go to it and find it in Sentin City there. And we've got another one in Wynberg, where we know all our customers. They've been to our store. When they order via WhatsApp or via our app, we send a driver. The driver delivers, age verification to Ubabanbani, etc., etc. But because we are very small, in this case, only selling within a 10-kilometer radius of Sentin City, we don't have millions of customers. So this is easy to do, even without the facial recognition. But I was adding the facial recognition and making an example with the banks to suggest that the technology does exist for us to be able to do this. But obviously that technology requires funds to actually put in place. Hence, we as SIP are not doing what to call a facial recognition in this case, but I am saying it actually does exist if that was to be the law as far as the sale of tobacco products are concerned. Public safety and health, and I think I've answered this, Honorable Shaban.
You have 4 minutes, Mr. Kuzwayo, to wrap up your responses.
Okay, great. I will run through this. Let me run to Honorable Tletlabe, if I may. Apology if I'm actually not pronouncing your surname correctly. Persons living with disability in Mkandule. It is true, you know, technology can only assist so many people. Some parts of the country will benefit, some parts of the country will not benefit. Alcohol, will it be fair to ban alcohol online? I don't think that will be fair. And I think what will be fair is to find a way to actually allow the sale of tobacco within a controlled environment. And I've touched on bank verification. And you also mentioned, I think I'll answer this question also with the last honorable member with regards to minors buying online and adults buying for minors. Again, I'll come back on this. I don't have all the answers, you know, but my point is, if there is an adult that actually wants to buy alcohol for a minor right now or cigarette for a minor right now, they are able to do so in an offline environment. So again, I'm not sure if the internet has to do with this or banning the sale on the internet. This is just a character defect issue that we are dealing with in here. If you are going to ban the online, you might as well then ban the offline in this case, if that is the point that we are addressing. And that is probably where I'm coming from. And then Honorable Tseko, as I rush through this, how sure am I that online does not attract minors? Like I've said, and I think the last speaker also raised this point, children have access to the internet, you know, and you can't stop that. However, what you can do is that when adults try and buy alcohol in the online system, you would want them to register first and be verified, you know, and have that part of the website or that part of the app, you know, being hidden to anyone that is not a parent. If you then add facial recognition into that process, and I'll keep speaking about facial recognition because I don't think passwords are good enough, you know, but facial recognition is good enough because it assumes that that is the right person that is standing in front of that phone or at a delivery point of view. I think if you do that, you will at least achieve what you want to achieve. And I've Honorable Mare, children having access, how sure am I? I think I've actually addressed this point. And then Chair, Honorable Dlomo, in your last, you spoke about facial verification. I've already addressed that. Persons with disability, I've already addressed that. And I think pro-health, I've already apologized, and I'll apologize again. I did touch on it in the beginning in one bullet point. Maybe that didn't come probably hard enough, but I am not saying businesses should only prioritize profit, profit only. But I am saying in the process of us prioritizing health, let us not discriminate or at least do damage to the small businesses that depends on such products for their well-being. And in that, I think I've covered all the questions unless I missed anyone.
Thank you, Mr. Kuzwayo. Hello. Is that the last part, Mr. Kuzwayo?
Yes, that was the last part. Yes,
Thank you,
yes,
Mr. Kuzwayo, for your presentation. We will, as a committee, remain and interact with your presentation as we will be making the final sort of discussion on these points that you are raising, together with many other people who are still going to visit us and raise their various points. Thank you very much, and we can then release you, but you can remain and listen to other presenters if you so wish. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I will remain, and thank you for inviting me.
Right. Honorable members, we would now, as you walk about, stretch your legs, we will request that the presentation on the Gauteng team be below that. Mr. Mampapata has indicated that he has sorted out what was the problem, then will be the last one. His lot will then be the last. Right now, we are taking the team from Gauteng. I think Gauteng Liquor Association. Let us have their presentation now loaded. Thank you. When you start, you will introduce who you are and who you are with, and you also take us through within 30 minutes. We should have finished your presentation. All members would interact with your presentation and take down their comments for you to come back and respond to them. And we will then allow you to come back and then respond to that. That will be the way we are going to handle it. For now, your 30 minutes then starts now as you start with your presentation. Thank you. We are not facing the same problem, Ms. Matalamba, like we had before. Is Mr. Cry able to put through his presentation? Mr. Cry, you are not muted. Can you please speak? You are unmuted and we can see you, but we cannot hear your voice. There must be something wrong there. Okay. We had the same problem with Mr. Matikoto. Let's try Mr. Matikoto. Can you speak now? Can we see you or I hear you? I see you online. Speak. Let's try and see whether your system works on your side.
Good afternoon, Chairperson.
Then you must jump, Mr. Cry, until he's sorted his part. Then start, Mr. Mampapata. Thank you.
Okay, Chairperson. I think I want to take this time to thank for the opportunity to present our case as an informal traders to the portfolio committee, and also to pass my greetings to all the honorable members of the committee. I just wanted to apologize for what happened earlier. I don't know what happened.
Load your presentation so long while you are starting, Mr. Mampapata. Load it while you are talking. We would want to see it. You are given the hosting rights already, so you can put your presentation through. Mr. Mampa, yes, load and talk, Mr. Mampapata Matikoto. Unmute again and talk to us.
Okay. Yeah. I think I would like to start my presentation as it shows. I'm from the organization called Limpopo Small, Medium, Micro Enterprise and Workers Association. Is a organization which represent the street traders and the tuck shop owners and the hawkers and the people who are working based at home. And Lisha is a member of a National Informal Traders Alliance of South Africa, where the National Alliance is representing all 9 provinces. In our organization, we are representing the informal traders, which are the part of 2 million informal traders, hawkers, spaza shops owners, and home-based operators across the country. And these traders, majority of which are women and single mothers, feed, clothe, and educate families across the country. And most of them, they are working for the food tonight. Every day when they work, they are working to buy the food that they are going to eat tonight, because they don't have anything to put on. That is about the organization we are. And I will ask the person to move the screen, the presentation on my behalf. Since
The
I
screen,
can't,
my screen is frozen. I'll stop sharing and start again. My screen is frozen. I'll stop sharing and start again.
Okay. So okay, I'll continue while we are still waiting for the presentation to
It's not moving from my side. Maybe you can try again from your side. Thank you.
Okay, as I continue, because I can't share the screen here. It's not allowing me.
Let's do it this way. Talk to what slide you are at, and members, may I request that you look at your presentation so that we can deal the time. He must then say, I'm on slide number 2, and then because we have it, we look at it in our own screen. It's at least for members, for benefit of other people on the platform. I don't know what to do because we are struggling to get him and Ms. Majalamba too. So read for us what slide you are at, then, and move on with your presentation, Mr. Mampapata. Thank you.
Okay, now I'm going to slide number 3. And I've titled this slide introduction. Cigarettes are a critical component of informal trading livelihood because most of the people who are in informal trading, the cigarette is part of their income, and it's part of what makes their business also moving. Because as people come and then buy the cigarette, and then they also buy the other things. They buy banana, they buy sweets and other things when they come and then buy the cigarettes. And our motive is nothing about us without us. So we got this feeling that when this bill was initiated, actually, we were not consulted thoroughly to extent that we can be able to view our concerns about this bill. And this is why we are here today to submit our strong opposition to the proposed tobacco bill and electronic device system control, because we strongly feel like this is going to disadvantage us. And now I'm moving to slide number 4, which I titled Key Concern 1, banning on product display. Full banning on display, promote and advertising of tobacco products, even if displayed by mistake on your tabletop. Informal traders lack the infrastructure to hide or products like formal retailers. So this it takes away our advantage, because now if you can consider this, how the informal traders we do the business with the spaces that we have, we don't have the spaces to do the business. The spaces that we have always is the small space, and now we can't even afford the infrastructure like the cabinet to put all those to hide the product, and then this is disadvantaging us. And also the penalty for violating, 10 years imprisonment and fine. This is a extremely penalty relating to the offense. Unfair and impractical targeting of informal traders, criminalizing informal traders, because we are strongly feel that this harsh sentences or fine will always criminalizing the informal trading, while they will be trading with a legal product, because tobacco is still a legal product. So by making like this is totally disadvantaging us from trading. Well, this is is part of our source of income. to many of us. I move to slide number 2. I mean to say slide number 5, which is titled Key Concern number 2, ban on a single stick cigarette. Clause 4.3c of the bill bans the sale of individual cigarettes, even though it didn't say that directly, but it says the cigarette must, when you sell the cigarette, must be sold in an intact package. That means you can't sell the single cigarette because you can't sell the single one intact. And this is totally taking away our advantage of selling the cigarette, because we as informal traders, what we do is that we buy things in a bigger scale, and then we sell it in a smaller scale to the consumers. So now if we can't sell the single cigarette, meaning we are out of the business. And most of the customers, they don't afford to buy the box of the cigarettes, but also there are others who afford to buy the box of the cigarette, but because of they wanted to limit the smoking, they just buy one. So in other hands, for those who don't have, for those who have money to buy the box, but they don't want to have a lot of cigarettes with them, this thing is still going to push them to buy a lot of cigarettes that they will have with them, and they will consume them on a much quantity every day, which is the thing that they try to limit their smoking. And this laws now, the problem with it is that now is threatening our income and criminalizing poverty, because now, because of that, because of people they cannot afford to buy in bulk or to buy the used things now, because they cannot afford and they cannot buy, and if they can do any means to get that, and they can even go to the prison for 10 years. This is also disadvantaging ourselves on selling of this tobacco. And also, I move to another slide, which is titled Key Concern number 3, banning on smoking at out public space in a presence of a non-smoker. The problem with this one is that banning people to smoke at public spaces or outdoor is not a problem, but it becomes a problem if that now it has to be a burden of it becomes a burden of ourselves, because it says if somebody buys the cigarette and then stand next to me or next to my table where I'm trading, or next to my stall, and smoke, and then I cannot stop, and then I'm not stopping that person, and then I might end up being in prison for that. And then there is where the problem is, because we cannot expect the informal traders to be the law enforcers into this, where to enforce the law and get the penalty for that, because I believe that we do have the law enforcers who are supposed to enforce the law. And now, if the law enforcers, they cannot enforce the law, how can you expect the people who doesn't even know how to deal with this thing of enforcing the law to do it? And also, the way it is now, it will just push this thing of corruption, because now the law enforcers who are not who are not competent doing their work, they will just started to do the corruption acts and extorting the money from more especially from the traders, because every time when there is something, the informal traders are the ones to be blamed, and then are the ones to become the victims of everything that is happening, as long as it's the bad thing, as if they are the criminals. I move to another slide, which is not having the, I didn't title it, it is a social economic impact. As an organization, we support measures to keep smoking, but need to remember that cigarettes are legal products. So because it's a legal product, it's still the choice of the person who's buying the cigarette. As long as the person who buying the cigarette is not a minor, so is an adult, which is the law allow that person to buy the product. So there is no way we as traders, we cannot be able to, or we will be disadvantaged, because that it will also make us to suffer socially. Banning access, as we see in the bill, penalizes the the poor more than the rich, because it will make it very difficult for informal traders to sell this legal product. So our livelihood are being threatened. Promoting illicit trade, as seen during COVID-19 lockdown. We can all remember that during the COVID-19, when the cigarettes were not allowed to be sold or to be consumed during that lockdown, the illicit cigarettes, they took toll during that time, because the legal cigarettes were closed. People, they didn't get those, but people who are selling illicit cigarettes, and then they took that opportunity, and then make the distribution of their cigarettes, which even the government on that, they were losing, because they were losing a lot of money on the tax. So we think this will also promote illicit cigarette. If people, they don't get the access to the cigarette, but they will still need the cigarette, and then they will go and then get illicit cigarette, because it will be the one that they will be easy to get. And also it will criminalize informal traders, because now it's like as a traders, we cannot trade with a legal product, because we are informal traders. But the big stalls, and then they will be able to trade. So we see that there is no balance on this act now. The way it's being presented at the moment. I move to the second last slide on the closing statement. Informal trade is a cornerstone of our country's social economy development. We urge the committee to protect our rights to trade and dignity. Let's build a balanced approach to health and livelihood. Because as we know that our economic status, our social economic status, and we also know that we have a very huge number of unemployment. And as we experience this high level of unemployment, everyone who is losing the employment at the formal economy, they all run to informal economy. So now our informal economy is in the pressure because of this high level of unemployment, and it's where people they try to get living, to make living. And now if we just do the laws that are not balancing that, I doubt that we will be disadvantaging a lot of people, and a lot of families, they are going to suffer because of imbalance that it will be appearing here. And also, as we know that there's the cigarette is a legal product and is consumed by poor people and also consumed by the rich people. So let us try to strike the balance, because if it's not healthy for poor people and the rich people as well, but the rich people, they can be able to benefit from it, and then the other people, because they are poor, they cannot benefit from that. It doesn't show any balance. So we are saying, let us balance this. Let us balance the health, and also let us balance the health and livelihood of the people. And considering that we are not like the other developed countries where they do their things in a advanced way. Till now we are still underdeveloped, and the majority of our people, they are still in a poverty. As now, this was my closing statement, and I would like to take this time to thank the portfolio committee to allow us this opportunity to present our case as informal traders. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Matikoto Ampapata. Honorable members, let us then interact with the presentation of the General Secretary of the Informal Traders in Limpopo. Let me recognize your hands. I see Honorable number 1, it takes the lead. Honorable Van Staden, you are number 1, Van Staden. Number 2 will be Honorable Dr. Leroux. Number 3 will be Honorable Kumalo. Honorable Kumalo, I saw. Let me just call you Kumalo. So when I was trying to press something here, everything just went. Right, something is going to go back now. After Kumalo is Honorable Clark, for Honorable Clark. Number 5, Honorable Juliet. Okay, Honorable Clark. Honorable Clark, Honorable Tubasi, number 5. Tubasi is number 5. More hands, colleagues. On standing number 1, number 2, Totally Rule. Number 3, J. Kumalo. Number 4, Honorable Clark. Number 5, Honorable Mutubatse. Those are the hands I have now.
And myself, Chair Taiko.
Number 6, Honorable Taiko on the platform. Right.
Chair, I'm trying to raise my hand, but I can't.
Honorable Zungula, number 7. Zungula, number 7. Okay, Honorable members, let's start in that order. I won't come in between you from 1 to the 7th. Number 1, Honorable Fastadin. 2, Honorable Tesaleru. 3, Honorable Kumalo. 4, Honorable Clark. 5, Honorable Mutubase. 6, Honorable Teko. And 7, Honorable Zungula. Thank you.
Sorry, excuse me. Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you to the presenter for the presentation. So you said on slide 2 of your presentation, there's an estimate of 2 million informal traders, hawkers, passes, shop owners, and home-based operators across the country. Will this be the number of people that will be forced out of business when this bill come into effect? That's my first question. My second question, what have you done on your part to address the illegal trade in cigarettes and tobacco in South Africa? My third question is, what will be the solution to curb the illegal trade in tobacco and at the same time take into account the health of South Africans? Is it also your opinion that the retail display ban would in effect criminalize the informal traders, hawkers, sponsorship owners? And if so, can you elaborate a bit more on that? And my last question to you is, do you think that this bill addresses the South African market and its circumstances? And if not, why not? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you to the presenter and for bringing to our attention the issues of small traders. I just have 2 questions. The one is around the banning of displaying of any tobacco products, and I just wanted to get a sense. You in your organization calling for an exception to be made specifically for informal traders, or would you like that part of the legislation to be removed completely? So that's my first question. And then the second question is just in terms from your organization's perspective. Obviously, one of the things that we hear a lot about is around the illegal trade, and how are you able to ensure that your members do not participate in the illegal trade of cigarettes? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Thank you for the presentation. Chair, I'm having some few questions that I want to ask the presenter. Regarding the display of products at point of sale, why do you say that the bill is targeting informal traders? Is this bill, when it becomes law, not going to apply to all sellers? That is my first question, Chair. Then how much of your income as an informal trader comes specifically from cigarette sales compared to other products? You've described cigarette as the lifeblood of your business. Can you explain that Can you explain what that means in practical terms? Section 4.3, subsection C, makes provision to regulate single sticks. Where do you get information on the banning of single sticks, as the bill is not yet law and there are no regulations? Why would the bill talk about quantities in a pack of something that is banned? Also, can you talk of a smoking ban in outdoor spaces? Where do you get the information from? South Africa has not yet developed regulations. You even went to say the law will ban smoking in markets and taxis. Where is that information coming from? Don't you think your comments are misleading, sir? Thank you very much, Chairperson. Those were my questions in relation to this presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you for the presentation. I have the following questions. How would you amend the clause regarding designated smoking areas, keeping in mind your desire not to alienate customers and the department's desire to protect patrons' health? What would your suggestion or compromise be regarding the display on products? What percentage of your tobacco revenue is from selling single-stick cigarettes? And when selling single-stick cigarettes, do your customers show a preference for the brand of the cigarettes they are buying? Thank you.
Is it? It's me coming, Chair. No, thanks very much, Chair, for the presentation by Limpopo. I get a sense that from your presentation that you are being the suggestion that comes through, and from what has been discussed, it's a bit oppressive and secretary to your sector. Am I getting a message or an outcry that is coming from you that this law, if it is to be implemented, consideration should be given not to apply it holistically with the big resellers, because you are not responsible for illicit trading, like you said in your presentation, that I mean, it is not you. You cannot actually be policing people, but the law enforcement agencies must come into play. What would be your suggestion in this regard to make sure that you are not accused of something that is not of your own doing or is not your responsibility? That is the first question. Generally, what would be your holistic recommendations in respect of health? What would be your role that you see yourself that you can play in making sure that you collaborate with government to help alleviate health hazards within the society? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you again to the presenters. It's good to engage with a group that has got a national footprint. I get it that they are representing hawkers across 9 provinces, which is a good initiative. Also, Chair, I get it that there is a confusion around the word ban. The presenter is saying there's a proposed ban on single selling of cigarettes, which I think the bill is talking about plain packaging. They need to make their submission based on correct information. Also, Chair, my questions to the presenter would be, because they are representing a group that is most close to my heart. What measures do they have to protect young children? Because scholars from schools and other younger children waiting for transport, they are always around the hawker stalls, needing security from their mothers who are sellers there. And those children sometimes assist their parents to sell those cigarettes. What is it that they can do to protect younger ones? And also, Chair, somebody is disturbing me. Thank you very much, Chair. What is it?
Thank you, Chairperson. Greetings to yourself, the committee, and the presenters. My questions are direct, Chair. The first one is, if the bill is passed the manner in which it is now, what do they estimate the impact will be on the traders who are informal and are selling the cigarettes? And also, can you give context on the informal traders? Because sometimes we do throw words or we use words with the view that maybe other people do understand the words, yet maybe it might not be the case. Are traders, informal traders, people who have alternative means of making a living, they just prefer to be informal traders? Or it is people who have got no other alternative means of making a living. That is why they're involved in informal trade. Meaning the issue of informal trade, it is an issue of life and death for them, because without informal trade, they are unable to make a living. Then there's a slide that speaks to extortion. Currently, do you face extortion from law enforcement? And if the bill is passed, will that maybe aggravate the situation when it comes to the extortion that is coming from law enforcement? And the other issue, I think the other members have also raised this issue concerning how then do you propose that a balance be found between public health and the need for poor people, poor informal traders to be able to make a living by, amongst others, being able to sell loose cigarettes or be involved in the sale of tobacco products. Because I think at the end of the day, there needs to be a balance. But from your perspective, given the fact that you are in the industry, you know the industry very well, how then would you propose that a balance be struck between the two? Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you, honorable members. I'll also limit my video because of the challenge in areas where I am, but let me then ask only 3 questions. Mr. Mampapata Moto, first to echo the concerns of other members, there is no desire to ban informal trading because you trade more than just cigarettes. You do other things more than just selling cigarettes. We would want, the bill is suggesting a plan where, just as it says in there, those big retailer shops, there's no display of the products out there at the point of sale. Then there should also not be display where you are trading. Now, what challenges you do have with the table that you have there? Because you normally display your, usually these cigarettes are close to the streets. I mean, give us a benefit of that, Mr. Matikoto, that we also do walk in the streets and you see your members trading. You have a table there, and you have the cigarettes, bananas, apples, sweets. all of them are displayed there in the table. What challenge you do have to have your cigarettes known by your customers who will go past and buy, not being on a display next to the sweets, but they're underneath on the table, where there's a box where you normally pack your stuff when you go home, but you keep them there, and you also sell when they are actually asked. In fact, when you say, Mr. Matikoto, you should not be the law enforcers. The law enforcers should be the police or other people. I'm not aware. Are you aware of some of your members after selling the cigarettes singles? After
Seems like we've lost the chair.
I suggest that you take us through. You'll hand over when he comes back.
I think let's have Lisha responding, and when the chair is back, maybe can conclude on. Oh, he's back. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Honorable. As I'm going to answer the questions.
Hello. Can you hear me, Miss Machalamba?
Yes, I can hear you, Chair.
Hello. Hello.
Yeah, we can hear you, Chair.
We hear you, Chairperson.
Yes, I can hear you, Chair.
Oh, yeah, thanks. Mr. But thank you for that. Just a connection of the wires. Are you aware of some of your members who, while they are selling to me the singles, which by the way we're not banning, all that is a request that they must not be displayed. Are you aware of some of your members who, when they have sold that one single, you are actually asked by the customer, which is Dr. Lomoye, to say, can you give me a matches? And you give me a matches, and I light it red next to you. Before I leave your table, I light the cigarette. It doesn't matter that there is Mr. Kumalo behind me who is coming in to buy an apple, who then must get the smoke from this person. That is you doing it. That is your members doing it. You provide the cigarette matches there on the table, and they light it there on the table. So why don't we talk about those issues and say you are not the law enforcers, but you also aware of what members do in that space? Now, outdoor, you are actually saying there's a big outdoor limitation. Now, are we aware that in fact, again, next to where I am standing, anybody who smokes would not matter whether I would wish to not to have a smoke. They would like it there. So we do already have caught these smoking zones, but that also has not been effective because people will go over that. And therefore, the bill is suggesting distancing that even much further, because the current practice is that the rights of non-smokers is not really very much respected in this space. In fact, the bill is saying there are smokers. Over and above that, there are people who have chosen not to smoke, but they also get the effects of smoking, including getting cancers from inhaling the smoke of those who are around them. So by distancing those who smoke further away from the general outdoor space is actually, among other things, trying to improve on that. What are your views on that, Mr. Matikoto? Please support us with your responses with a comment on this one. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Honorable Chair. I'll start with the first one from the honorable, the first honorable. When we mentioned that we have 2 million traders, estimated of 2 million traders, that we talked about those who are in trading, because 2 years time, past 2 years, Statistic SA, they shows that people who are involved in the informal economy are estimated to 6 million. But that 6 million, it covers all the activities which are there. But here we only talk about those who are in trade, and then all these 2 million they are not all in the selling the cigarettes, even though the majority they are involved in the selling cigarette. And the cigarette, we are not saying people that are only selling the cigarette and they are getting living on that cigarette, but it is a part of their livelihood. The cigarette, by selling the cigarette, is the part of their livelihood. And the other question was from the Honorable Dr. Lerux. It was about the illegal cigarettes. You know, I don't want to say we as a formal traders, we are doing everything right by the book, because you must remember that we are all human and with the different aims and different perceptions of life. But there are some within the informal trading. There are some people who are there for just to be there, and then there are some who are there because they have to support their families. So they are there to work because that is the only work they are doing. So when we talk about this one of informal illegal cigarettes, those cigarettes, they get into the market, and the market, the easiest market is the informal trading market, which now for us not to fuel this illicit cigarette, we must not put that much restrictions for people to get the legal cigarette, so which they can consume. And on the display, the problem is that we know that this is not yet implemented as a law, but this is what, if this might be implemented, and then this is what we know we are going to suffer as the informal traders. And we are trying to prevent those before they can happen. And we are not saying the display is only targeted the informal traders. We know that this law is not about the informal traders only, but it's about the controlling the tobacco products. But we are saying, as you do that, you must all consider us, and this is what we see for on our side, that is going to disadvantage us more than the big businesses. And the money that people they are doing from the cigarette, there are some people who are trading on the cigarette only, and they are supporting their families from that. And for now, I can't sit here and then claiming that I can estimate how much we are doing in the informal economy with from selling the cigarette. But what I know is that cigarette is one of the product that is boosting our incomes. Is one of the those products that helps us to put bread on a table. That is what I know. And when we talk about saying ban on the use of loose cigarette, I indicated when I presented that the law didn't say direct is banning, but it's saying sell the cigarette in the intact packaging. So if they package cigarette in 20 items inside, and you have to sell it like that, and then if you open that, the law prohibit that. So that is why technically is banning a loose cigarette, even though the law didn't say that. And we know that this law is not yet implemented. It's not yet passed, and then it's not implemented. But we are saying if it can be passed in this format, it is now, and we are going to have a problem. Because most of the question, they were more on the display and the use of cigarette, and then on the banning of the single cigarette. We are not saying the bill is saying that, but we are saying the interpretation that we are getting from that bill. It says we cannot sell the single cigarette anymore if the bill is passed in that way. And then on the children, I think we need maybe to emphasize on the law, say the children cannot buy the cigarette, and they cannot sell the cigarette if they cannot buy the cigarette. So they cannot even help their parents to sell the cigarettes. Like what is happening with the alcohol? We know that there is a certain age which we cannot sell the cigarette. We cannot sell the alcohol to that minor. But there are sometimes people they sell that, but we know that is an offense. So there is no way we can say we can sell the cigarette. Allows us to sell the cigarette to the children, and we cannot say we cannot sell the cigarette to the children. But we are saying let's make it clear that we cannot sell the cigarette to the children, and then if you sell the cigarette to the children, that is an offense, because it's not going to disadvantage only we as a informal traders or as a poor traders, but it will go across even the big retailers. All of us will be prohibited to sell the cigarette to children, and then it will be balanced, because all of us will be treated the same. And on the issue of how are we going to, what can be done to help so that we get that balance between the health and the livelihood. We think that we must have the education programs that will educate, more especially the young ones from the early age. Maybe even including in the schools, where there will be those educational campaigns where they will teach those young ones that the smoke is not right. Because the problem is that when they started at the young age, it's become difficult for them. The time when they started to grow and then understand that it's not good for themselves, and then most of the time when they wanted to leave, and then it become difficult. So I think if we can start it by trying to make people not to start, and then that it will help. Yeah, and I know that even we as informal traders, there are some other things that we are doing wrong. But as we are doing those wrong, it's not all of us. Yes, there are some people who are doing things wrong, but amongst us, there are some people who are doing the things right because they are there to work for their families, because that is the only the work they are doing is the only work that is there to give them income. And then without it, the families cannot eat, the families will suffer. So I'm not here talking on behalf of those people who are not doing the right things, but I'm here talking about those people who have been forced to get into the informal economy as the only way for their families to get to survive, for their children to be able to go to school, to be able to be clothed, to be able to have the shelter on top of their heads. Those are the people that we are talking about. But among those people, there are some few who are just there for being there, and then they don't even respect that the space as the work for them. So we are aware of those, and we know that they will always be there anyway. But we also, I just wanted to say, as I concluded by answering the question and saying, at least we are not saying we are totally in disagreement with everything in the bill, but there are some few things, like as we are indicating, that we can see how best we can do them. Let us change the way maybe they've been proposed, and then see how best we can do that. And also being given the that opportunity to come up with those better practices we think they can work. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. We note you have very important inputs. You are a very important stakeholder within the economy of our country. As the General Secretary, I must confess that I did receive your desire to further engage. And that opportunity will probably be given to you because you represent very important economic activity in our country. We don't want to leave you with a place that says you are not having a stake in this program. So we thank you, and we keep your details. We will keep in touch, because your contribution is just part of the bigger part that the committee is going to consider in finalizing discussion of the bill. Thank you very much. You may then remain, if you so wish, to listen to another presenter. But if you are pressed with time, we also welcome you leaving the platform. Thanks. And remember, thank you very much for your hard work. It's like Mr. John Mikaya Fry has sorted these challenges and is really ready to engage with us Mr. Fry, you have 8 minutes to present, and the committee will regularly raise their concerns with you and clarity-seeking questions. We note the pen and paper and come back again to support us with your responses on those matters. So at 5, the 30 minutes starts. Thank you very much, Mr. Klein.
Good afternoon.
The team that you lead. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Doctor. Can you hear me? Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible. Go ahead. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Doctor. I'd like to then share with you my presentation. Have it on. Just hold on, Doc. Okay, is my screen properly shared, Doctor?
For now, we see your face, not your screen.
Okay, just a moment, Doctor. We're just trying to doctor it. Hi, Doc. I'm trying to share my screen. Is it possible for me to ask maybe the shared presentation can be flighted if possible because we are struggling to share it with you. Are you there, Doc?
Mr. Klein, you have 8 slides to share with us. Call them one by one. Let them on slide number 1. We will then read and look at the slides as you talk through to them, so that you can then deal with the challenge that you are facing the other side. Okay.
Hello, Doctor. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can see now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Doctor. I'm not sure if my presentation is flighted.
It is.
It's okay.
Okay,
Doctor. My name is Jomi Kayakrai. I am a liquor trader in the Gauteng province. I'm here with my colleague, Mr. Thabo Tlhubela. Together, we are part of the Gauteng Liquor Traders Association. Gauteng Liquor Traders Association is an association that represents all liquor traders in Gauteng. It is born of an act, Gauteng Liquor Act number 2 of 2003, and section 23 of the Act of the Gauteng Liquor Traders Act says that each liquor trader, upon application to their license, they have to belong to an association of their choice. Now, Gauteng Liquor Traders Association is a creature of statute number 1
Mr. John Bukaya, you are muted. Can you unmute yourself and continue to engage the portfolio committee? That's it now. Mr. Tomelo, can you take over? Mr. Tabo Tomelo has been introduced as a partner to Mr. Guy. Please continue the presentation. Mr. Tomelo, you are on the platform, and Mr. Guy is not on the platform. Please speak to the portfolio committee. Ms. Matsaramba, what is the challenge?
Doctor, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I will then present from this laptop because it seems like the previous ones, the first two ones were giving me a problem. So as I was saying, Doctor, Gauteng Liquor Traders Association is a creature of statute where all liquor traders in the province are supposed to be affiliates. And the Gauteng Liquor Traders Association reports directly to the MEC and is in line with the Gauteng Liquor Board. Now, on my slide, can you see my slide, Doctor?
Doctor, can you see the presentation? Move on. You can see.
Chair, can I come in?
Yes, Motibati.
I think the presenters unfortunately are struggling. It's for the second time that they come in. Is it possible that they can make a written presentation, or alternatively they be given another time? Because I see other members are also.
Mr. Fry and Mr. Fidel, can you forget about the slides now to be drawn to us?
Can you hear me, Doctor? Can you hear me, Doctor?
Tell us which slide you are at. Don't show your slides anymore. We have them with us.
Okay. Okay, I will speak to my slide. I will speak to my slide, Doctor. The Gauteng Liquor Traders Association is an association that represents liquor traders in the province and is a creature of statute. When you want to become a liquor trader in the province, you then affiliate to an association of your choice, and the GLTA becomes then the umbrella of all associations in the province. So we represent all the licensees in the province. Doctor, I will. This one is okay. Now, Doctor, the next page of my slide speaks to the mandate of Gauteng Liquor Traders Association. It is to promote organized trade and to promote diligence amongst liquor traders in the province. We advocate for all businesses in the province, and the majority of our liquor traders don't only have taverns, but they also have spaza shops, like myself. The accountability structure of the Gauteng Liquor Traders Association starts from liquor traders on the ground, meaning you become a liquor trader or a taverner, you open up your establishment, and then you will then join a branch within where you live or within the area or within the policing precinct that you are from. I am from Johannesburg, Soweto, Pimville. My branch then becomes Kliptown Police Station. That's where we all hold our meetings under the association called the National Tourism and Hospitality Associations, NTA. NTA is then an affiliate of the Gauteng Liquor Traders Association. Then from there, you then move up to your branch level, and then you move up to your association, and then from an association, each person becomes, each member of the associations is then chosen to become a member of GLTA. As we speak, associations under GLTA, there's 9 of them. You've got your NTA, you've got your South African Liquor Traders Association, you've got your National Tourism and Hospitality Association. As we represent taverners, Doctor, I would like to give just a short history of where I come from. As I've mentioned, my name is John Kakra. The tavern that I run is a tavern that had previously belonged to my mother, who died in 2005, and I had to take over from there.
We have 20 minutes to finish your presentation. We started at 4:05, now we are at 5:05. That's the mindful of the okay? There are certain things that you can say from your presentation and go straight to the crux of the matter. 20 minutes you have.
Okay, I'll try to push, Doctor. So am I still audible? Okay. Yes, I have inherited my mother's late business, and it's not only one business, it's a tavern along with a spaza shop in Pimville. And that spaza shop has been running from 1997 from a project called Pick a Spaza. It was a DTI project that was rolled out in 1997, and my mother was lucky enough to receive one of the spaza shops. Excuse me, and I've been working in that spaza shop. I think I was in high school at the time, and I was around 15 years of age, and I started working from the spaza shop from then. So the spaza shop, I think in 2 years, will then be 30 years. Yes, and then in 2001, that's when the spaza shop then gave rise to the tavern, and we converted our home garage into a tavern. So that is my brief history in the tavern space and in the spaza shop space. Now, both, as you can tell, we do sell cigarettes or tobacco products, in lack of a better word. So just the history of me mentioning what I'm mentioning to you, Doctor, is just to let you know that at the time, in 1997, when my mother got the spaza shop, she was also employed by the municipality at number 1 office in White City. However, as I said, the business still continues, and she's no more as we speak today. However, that business is now run by me. By that, I mean it's now starting to become generational. And as I've said, in 2 years from now, the spaza shop will be 30 years old. And I think the tavern will be around 26, 27 years old. So in short, it is the business, the type of business that I know. It is my livelihood. And I'm now running my own family from both those businesses. So in lack of a better word, it was a good initiative, and it continues to be. It continues to keep my head above water, and it continues to lack of a better word, serve my family. And I'm still self-employed, and to this date, I think it was around 2000, 2001, the very same businesses, the spaza shop and the tavern, managed to take me to university. But unfortunately, when my mother died, I had I had to take over. But in short, it has provided for us in all the years. Now, my next slide, Doctor, speaks to the constraints that impact liquor traders. As you would know, Doctor, to get into the liquor industry, one has got, especially in Gauteng, one has got to look at the Act, Act 2003, Act number 2 of 2000, Act number 2 of 2003, Section 23, and there are a lot of constraints to get into the business. One of them, being to as depending on the type of license that you're applying for, but one of them being what is called LAA, local approval, which some would say it's consent use, meaning the municipality would then have to give you consent to be able to run that establishment from your residential area. So these are the constraints that is faced by liquor traders in the province. But also another thing that we have to do is that we have got to give 25% floor space of the establishment for smokers, and it has to be ventilated and to separate smokers from non-smokers. So what then happens, because the township is so constrained, there's not enough space for that. So what you would do is that if you don't have the 25% floor space, what then we would do within the tavern, you obviously have your non-smoking signs, and then you say those that are smoke, can they please smoke outside? And then you just have that small space outside where they smoke, but it is in an open area, and obviously that's the best that we can do because we don't have enough space. But another constraint that we face in the industry is especially in 2020, were the COVID rules, the tobacco ban, and us having to close doors as well as liquor traders. It honestly gave rise to illicit, and not only illicit in the tobacco industry, but it also gave rise to illicit in the alcohol industry. And that to date we have not recovered from. I know a lot of liquor traders that did not come back into business because they did not have sufficient funds to open up their businesses. Some of us were lucky to come back into the trade and into the space and reopen our spaza shops and reopen our taverns. However, the rise to illicit tobacco was really heightened in 2020. What do I mean by that? Before 2020, Doctor, we had our local officers who used to go round for round just checking if there's any illicit cigarettes that are displayed on our spaza shops, and also would also get into our tavern to check if we are selling any illicit trade. So that would really discourage us from selling any illicit tobacco product. But post 2020, we have not had those raids. The officers don't do their rounds anymore, and from there it just gave rise to the illicit tobacco products. And today, when you look at the stats, I hear different views that some is 60%, some is 70%. But from where I'm standing, especially from a spaza shop perspective, the rise of illicit products is around 80%. Because how do I base that, or where do I base that from? The type of cigarettes that I used to sell before 2020 and the type of cigarettes that I'm selling post 2020, I mean the taxable cigarettes. Those taxable cigarettes to right now only cover around 20%, if not 15% of what I make from cigarettes. But what covers around 80 to 85% is the illicit cigarette. They are cheaper. People from 2020 went for those cigarettes, and for some reason, because they are cheaper, people have not converted. It's only a few that went back to the taxable cigarettes. So the illicit is really high in the township, especially in spaza shop. The tobacco products that are not paying tax, it's high. The taxable ones, it's very low. So I would just tell you that as you run a spaza shop, I'm not sure of the panel that we have or other presenter that came through, but if any of them own a spaza shop, I'm yet to hear one of them tell you how much a spaza shop makes. However, I will tell you right now, doctor, that a spaza shop does not make any much. The highest selling product in a spaza shop will have to be your tobacco products. We don't make much profit from your milk. We don't make much profit from your bread, cool drink, and all those other products. The highest making is your tobacco products. Number two will then have to be your crisps, and then number three will have to be your sweets. But a lot of spaza shops, as you would know, doctor, have closed down, and that industry is now taken over by, in brackets, your foreigners. But how do we survive? Especially, let me just put this on myself. How do I survive as a spaza shop owner? I only survive because I can be able to sustain the spaza shop through the profits I also make from the tavern. So I subsidize the spaza shop in order to run it. But I can tell you that the money that we make in spaza shops is non-existent. That is why you see that industry is now fluctuated, or it's saturated by people that come outside the country, because they do what is called bulk buying, and it's a bit still difficult for us as South Africans to do that. But as I mentioned, the highest making profit, or what makes money most in that spaza shop, will have to be my tobacco products, and the majority of those tobacco products are illicit because they are cheaper, and people have not converted since 2020. The next slide, what I would just like to mention to you, doctor, is the reason for us making a submission. We first made a written submission to the portfolio committee, and hence I suppose we got an invitation from yourselves, doctor. We would just like, as GLTA, practical laws that are workable in the township, especially in township context. What do we mean by that? Reasonable regulations. I've made an example to you, doctor, about the 25% floor space that we have in the township, or as taverners, where we say those that don't smoke, can they please then smoke outside? Now, what that means for us, doctors, that when they are smoking outside, that becomes our smoking area. It's an open space. Now, with what we've seen in the bill, doctor, is that smoking outside will also be problematic, meaning our patrons will have to not only now smoke outside, because when they smoke outside, whoever's driving past or walking past can easily call the police and say, people in this tavern are smoking and it is impacting on my health. What then that means is that patrons will have to leave the tavern and go and smoke at what would then be a designated area. We don't know what would be the viable option as a designated area in townships, because in townships we don't have any space. I don't know where will they have to then go to the nearest park or go to the nearest, I don't know, will there be any designated smoking places for people that are in the township? But then what does that mean? It means that people have to leave their drinks to go and smoke at a place that we don't know how far it will be, and what is the point of them even coming back, and what does that mean in terms of workable solutions, or is that even practical in the township space? Because as we all know, the spatial planning in the township is very bad. So how do they then smoke if they can't smoke outside? Especially we run our taverns in residential areas. We have got an understanding with our neighbors, but what happens then if the bill is passed into law and my neighbor and I have got a problem? Can they now call the police on me and say there's smoke coming from outside? And then how does that impact me and the business? Does that mean now the police have got to be called on me? So I think that is the problem that we might face, especially with the 25% smoking area that we don't have in the township. As I said, they smoke outside, and we call that designated smoking areas. Now, the restrictions of smoking, as I've mentioned, that even the 10 meters suggested by the Minister of Health from the doorway, walkway, or ventilation, as I said, it's a bit impractical, because when these liquor traders smoke outside, obviously, as you would know, the space in the township is not that much. So I don't know how we can work around the issue of 10 meters from a doorway or walkway, or from especially in offices or in malls. They have their designated places in your townhouses, or what do they call commune houses. I'm told people usually smoke on balconies. That becomes a problem, but because we don't live there, we live in the township where space is a problem. I don't know how we can work around the issue of smoking, especially with regards to the 10-meter distance. So we do understand, I have to put this through to you, Doctor. We do understand what the bill is trying to seek. We do understand what the bill is trying to push, especially with regards to the restrictions, the 10 meters and so on. But we would like for much more practical and workable solutions. So I'm not sure, Doctor, if you've got my presentation, but what I have here on my screen right now is Alexandra. If you can look at the picture that I've sent, I'm not sure, maybe Mrs. Majalamba can forward the presentation to you and the committee right there. If you look at the space in Alex, you look at the space in any township, there's no space where we can find smoking areas besides where we actually live. That is why we say, look, we'd like for much more practical and workable solutions, especially in townships where we can be able to start educating. But I will get to the education part. I will get to how we'll deal with harm reduction. I'll get to those, doctors. But what I would just like to say is that we would like for much more practical solutions for the township. Now, when it comes to policing and enforcement by our law enforcement, it's a huge problem. Like I said, Doctor, before 2020, I was not selling any illicit cigarettes. What was the reason for that? Because the police were doing their rounds. They would check in our stock if there's any illicit tobacco products, but post 2020, they're not doing that. And as far as we can see, right now, what we see is that the police are overburdened. And for us to even put a much more strain and a burden of them now, having to attend to phone calls that a tavern or a business in such and such a place is smoking, there's a lot of secondhand smoke. I don't know how that can be workable, Doctor, but we would like for, as GLTA, to be exempted from that, especially the 25% smoking area. And if people are smoking inside our premises, can we find a workable solution instead of them leaving their establishment, but can they continue to smoke? And then we can then drive issues of harm reduction, drive issues of education on how to maybe deal with those when they are inside our premises, when it comes to smoking, especially combustibles. So as I've said, that's also with us, as you know, as I said, we are liquor traders, so we've got there's a lot of laws that come with selling liquor. We've got liquor officers that from time to time check upon us to check if things are run properly, if customers are safe, and so on. So I think it will put an extra burden on them, also put an extra burden on ourselves as liquor traders, because we will now be forced to police our own customers. Some of us work alone. You'll be behind the counter and servicing patrons that are coming in. Now, the issue of now policing our own patrons, if so and so is smoking, they must then leave your establishment altogether. I think, or we think as GLTA, that will put an extra burden and strain on liquor traders in the province. Not only that, but it also put a strain between us and our policing officer, our liquor officers, because as we speak, we've got a good working relationship. So I don't know how we can work around that, but as I said, I think we must look into issues of education. The issue of display as one of the 5 pillars of this ban.
We've got 1 minute left.
Okay. Is it 1 minute, Doctor?
Yes, sir.
Okay. The issue of display, Doctor, as I said, with us, people buy what they see. But I can also tell you, Doctor, that with the illicit market, um, from 2020, the tobacco brands that are not taxable are not displayed, but people are still buying them at a very high risk, at a very high pace. And I heard one of the professors mentioning the issue of there's 1,000 smokers that die from South Africa um, from tobacco related sicknesses. But my question would then be to the professor, how many of those that die from tobacco use, has there been any research that has been done to say a certain percentage is dying from the untaxed, from the illicit tobacco products? Because we've also got to get that right. If the illicit products is 60 to 70% of the market in South Africa, and we say 1,000 people are dying every year from tobacco-related sicknesses, if we are strong and we become stringent on illicit tobacco, I think that will go down by 60 to 70%. So that is how we would like for this to be dealt with. The issue of selling, we'd also like to speak about alternatives. Alternatives meaning then your pouches, your heat not burn, and those
We will refer to your presentation that you made to us because you are not very sort of able to deal with your allocated time. We all allocate 30 minutes and your 30 minutes has ended now.
Okay, Doctor.
Find that we did have your presentation and we were expecting you to be very economic with your time. It was upfront, you said for 30 minutes. Okay. Honorable members, there is a presentation for your comments. Honorable Zungula. Number 2, Honorable Motivatsi.
You want to take it out?
Maybe some are coming up. Noted members who have any other member who would like to ask a question? Honorable Zungula, start.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the presentation. You spoke a great deal about illicit cigarettes. From your understanding, would you be able to advise the committee, are the illicit cigarettes coming from legitimate suppliers, meaning companies, tobacco companies, operational registered in South Africa, but they have a way of illegally producing cigarettes which they do not account for? Or the illicit cigarettes coming from outside of the country? You will recall that we always hear in the news about cartons of cigarettes that have been found trying to be smuggled via Bait Bridge. So, but we need to locate what is the source, because you as the spaza shop owners or the informal traders, there would be that allegation that you are the distributors. However, I think we need to take it a step back to understand what is the source. Is it local companies or is it the illicit market or the illicit suppliers coming from outside of the country? And also, what do you think can be done to combat illicit tobacco trade from the perspective of informal traders? What could be done? While one can appreciate that informal trade is largely a cash economy, less regulations, but there needs to be something that could be done when it comes to the informal traders trying to balance, trying to combat illicit trade. And then for concern one, what are the practicalities for complying with the smoking restrictions for spazas, is it really practical? Then the other question would be, given the bill as it stands now, what is your take on the practicalities on the enforcement? Is the bill, if it could be passed, signed into law without any form of amendments, is it practical on your side that the enforcement will be practical and easily enforceable from the side of spaza shop owners? And then the last question is in relation to the people that are trading in the informal sector. My understanding is that majority of them, they are trading for survival. Now, if the bill were to be passed now, what would then be the impact? Let's say the bill is passed now, the way it is. What then would be the impact on all of those informal traders from a perspective of people trying to make a living? Thank you.
Honorable members, come one after the other. It is Honorable Mutubase. I've got two more hands. Honorable Dr. Leroux and the Honorable Kumalo. Thank you.
No, thanks very much, Chair. One, just take me through here. I hear a voice that comes from you of protest. You protest that it is difficult to police your own patrons, which therefore gives an impression that you are not willing to work with the government, even in a space where we can help to protect our people against tobacco health-wise. So just correct me if that assertion is correct, because that's the voice that I'm hearing coming from you. And maybe that I'm talking to you from the Gauteng Liquor Association. I said during the previous presentation that I was shocked to learn that there are people who sell liquor in your province, a can at the price of 10 rands. And you having said in your presentation that illicit cigarette during COVID was promoted by the ban and it became cheaper. Would, from that statement that you have said earlier on, then say liquor that is being traded now at that price, it's suspicious, it is in your province, and therefore it is illegal? And what role are you playing to make sure that such alcohol does not see the day of light as an association? Therefore, if this is allowed under your watch, what confidence can I have as a member of the public that illicit cigarette will not flow under your watch, having made that statement or that protest earlier on? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chairperson, I welcome also the presentation, but I'm just having a question in relation to the presentation. One, Chair, I want to ask the presenter whether does he think that there's possibility for taverns to be smoke-free inside and outside, taking into account, the Chairperson, that in taverns there are people that are working there, which is also the health risks unto them. Another question, Chair, is that the 80% of illicit trade the presenter have referred to is an observation on the individual business, not scientific at all. Do you realize that the decisions that impact the nation do consider population issues? Lastly, Chair, what percentage of your sales are from cigarette of total sales, including other products? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the presentation and for your for bringing your concerns to us as a portfolio committee, as someone who works in the in a spaza shop, in a tavern, and giving us an idea of how this legislation will impact your business and those of your colleagues. I just had two questions to try and understand. I mean, the one is around the smoking area. So currently, if I understand it correctly, you have an outside area. So you don't allow smoking inside the tavern, but you have got an outside area where people can smoke. But obviously, it is quite a small area, and so it's difficult to have people far away from your door. And so that makes it, with the legislation that's coming in, that's going to make it challenging for you to allow your patrons to smoke anywhere near your tavern. Could I ask what your suggestion would be in terms of how you would improve that? I also just want to get a sense of your inside the tavern. I just imagine, if you mentioned that sometimes you're the only person who is on duty, and that does make things challenging to manage and to, as it were, to police the smoking inside the tavern. How are you able to do that? Do your clients respond positively or negatively to when you ask them to stop smoking? And are there clients who come to you and say, listen, these guys are smoking inside the tavern and they are disturbing me? Or do you have your employees sometimes complaining about that, and how do you respond to that? And then finally, just you mentioned in your presentation that you do make quite a significant living off the cigarettes that you sell. And could you give us a sense of approximately how much profit you make on a packet of cigarettes compared to, let's say, a 2-liter Coke or a loaf of bread? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Good evening. Good evening to all. To Mr. Cry, let me first appreciate the presentation and also his time to come in front of the portfolio committee to make such a presentation. I thought when the presentation is made, in the presentation, it is mentioned that Mr. Cry is representing some other organizations. I'm worried now when he talks about extension, that we must give them time so that they consult. I'm worried because there are still more organizations that were still to engage as the portfolio committee. And I thought, coming to this platform, he has already consulted those organizations, because in the presentation, he stated that he is representing them. Coming to the issue of contesting the issue of designated smoking areas, Chair, I have a question to ask. How will they ensure a healthy living if people can smoke outside in open spaces? Because to me, that's polluting the environment and it's danger to a second smoker and children. How will they ensure? Because we are not just processing this bill. We are processing this bill having in mind that we have a responsibility to protect those that choose not to smoke. Those that are smoking, is their choice to smoke. Those that are not smoking, is their choice not to. What we have to defend more and protect more are the children who have no voice in the say, in what is happening around them. I wanted to ask that, Chair, because I think if they are asking for exemptions, as Parliament, we can't. It's only after the bill has been passed by Parliament and signed into law, that they can apply to the minister to say this and this and this is not reasonable to us, if they talk of exemptions. But if they put other facts, it's the facts that we can entertain as a committee, but not exemptions. Exemptions can be applied for after the bill has been passed into law, not to Parliament, because Parliament is there for everyone. If we introduce such a bill, it will bind everyone. But I appreciate the fact that they are here. And also, listening to the presentation, Mr. Cry alluded to the fact that he started working at that environment young as 15 years. This is what we are also avoiding in introducing and also having regulating the sector, is because there are also children of those parents that are forced to work, because if it's your home business, you are there to assist the parents, not knowing that that is a danger to the younger one. I just wanted to raise that, Chair, that mostly we are protecting those that are unable to talk for themselves, the children, and those that choose not to smoke. Thank you very much, Chair. I wanted to submit that. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I've had difficulty with connecting, so I had to change to a different device. My question is basically around enforcement, especially around public spaces, enforcement of where you can and you can't smoke. How do you see that panning out, given the fact that if you're running a tavern, you have people that are not necessarily sober? And I'm just concerned about the townships being set up as potential war zones where inebriated smokers who don't want to comply will tend to go into fights. What capacity will you have for enforcement, given the nature of the clients that you would be having in the establishment? And how do you see that pan out? We can't later on behave like victims when we setting something up, as you've shown the aerials in Alexander. Like, I find it difficult to see how in the townships and in the informal settlements, how enforcements would be possible. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, honorable members. Mr. Cry, there is an information that has come to some of us, rightfully so, that during COVID, right, there were bans on sale of tobacco and alcohol, and there was a booming of illicit trading. I don't know how much of are you aware that part of the people who are formally trading as tobacco sales, who are selling tobacco, converted themselves into illicit traders, so that you don't start blaming that it comes from within. So there is something that one has been made aware of, that a legally trading person can next day become an illicit trader. So we should not look very far, as if we are going to look for new and different people when it comes to that. So we talk to our own traders, some of them who are doing that. Now, I note that in most of your presentation question or comments, they say, hey, but I don't know. Hey, I don't know. Which means that you're not pushing you to offer solutions, but there are areas where you yourself are not sure what will happen here, while you would wish that certain things do happen. And I would therefore encourage that there is a continued discussion even with the department, as one of the colleagues has said, the regulations will come in based on some of the discussions that are going to emanate. So go and do more on those issues where you said we don't know, because there might then be a source of solutions to take us forward. Now, what do you say to me, who may be your patron in your place, in your tavern, but I don't smoke? What do you do about my wish to remain smoke-free? Because there's enough information that has been shown by scientists that if you hang around smokers, or if I inhale smoke, there's a chance that I may also get some effects of it in terms of diseases, including lung cancer. So I would wish that you also comment in this process that you don't alienate patrons who may be coming in just to enjoy liquor, not have anything to smoke. And therefore, this distancing, which you are raising as a problem, that must continue to be discussed, is among other things to assist those who don't want to come in and smoke from other people within the town. Can you then assist us with your comments on this issues, Honorable Mr. Cry? Thank you very much.
Hello, Doctor, once more. I would like to respond to the first question. I think it was from Honorable Zungula, where he comes and asks about the practicalities of the bill as it stands, the enforcement, the impact to informal traders, and he also makes mention of us as part of shop owners being a source of distribution. With that said, it's the cigarettes, unfortunately, that is coming outside the country. We don't have much control over it. However, and we are also not distributors. The only thing that we could say is that in 2020, we were faced with a very huge ban that prompted people to move from the taxable cigarettes into the illicit cigarettes. And as I said, before 2020, we used to be raided by law enforcement, and post 2020, we were no longer raided. And as a business person, as you go and you buy stock every other week, and you're realizing that those that are buying illicit cigarettes are actually, in lack of a better word, pushing this illicit cigarettes. And as the demand is going up, people that are also coming from your shop, are coming to your shop, are also requesting for this type of brand or these type of brands. So ours is just to say, as GLTA, obviously we don't support the issue of illicit, but what we would like to happen is that we would like to go back to what was happening in between before 2020, where we were raided in order to be a deterrence, because the issue of pushing illicit cigarettes has become very high. And if there could be some sort of deterrence, and I'm sure that if that is pushed, the deterrence will be very high. So that will completely throw off illicit cigarettes, one. Number two, I'm sure the stats of people dying in South Africa, the thousands that are mentioned a year, if illicit cigarette could completely fall off and there'll be proper enforcement, I'm sure the percentage will go down. And also the taxable cigarettes will also go back into the market, and then we can then have certain programs on how to work on combustibles or not. So number two, Okay, here, Doctor, I've got my colleague Tabo Trubero he'd like to respond to one or two of Dr. Zungula's Honorable Zungula's questions. You can go through it.
Thank you, honorable members. My name is Tabo Trubelo. The Honorable Dr. Zungula asked also about the sources of this illicit cigarette. Honorable Zungula, most of the illicit in South Africa are sold and manufactured by South African companies. And that is the reality that we see. And we had done our bit in trying to trace, because it's important that we know this type of sources, and we're happy for any available measure to assist law enforcement, but also the trade as well, to identify the sources, but also most importantly to deal with the sources, so that also the government can benefit from tax. And also when we're talking about education, it's difficult to extend the educational material or to target people that we want them to quit smoking totally, or we want them at least to introduce them to other nicotine delivery system. So I just wanted to emphasize on the issues of sources, to say that yes, it's known in South Africa, but more research should be done on that space. But lastly, Dr. Zungula, you spoke about the practicalities of enforcement. I would imagine in confined spaces and in spaces that townships in particular are confronted with, obviously by not of their own doing. What we're trying to do, and as liquor traders, we have personal relations with our patrons, which is a big asset to us. We also introduce what we call social policing. Now, social policing is basically you not necessarily have to leave your post if you are the only one on the till, but some of the patrons can indeed advise whoever, maybe that could be someone who's not a regular or someone who has visited the outlet, to say that, look, we see that you are trying to ignite your smoke. This is not a smoking area, and nicely show them where the smoking area is. And I think that is the limit that we do. Of course, if we're having problems, we might escalate, but we rely heavily on our relationship with patrons, share information, and making them aware that we're trying also to protect our non-smoking patrons. That would have been for Dr. Zungula. Thank you, colleagues.
Yes, and lastly, on the impact of informal traders, Tatu Zungula mentioned the impact that will have on informal traders if the bill will be passed as is. I think it would have a very negative impact, especially on informal traders, and not only spaza shop owners and taverners, but also hawkers. The impact will be very negative because the majority of them, as mentioned before, this is their source of income. And as I said, as a spaza shop owner, the highest profit margins come from your cigarettes. So if the bill will be passed in its current form, this is for Honorable Zungula, it will be very, very bad for informal traders. I'm sure we are done with that one. Now going to number 2.
Yeah, on the questions that were raised by Honorable Matabutse, it's on the difficulty to police patron. I think I've touched on that one as being from within our own means.
His name is Mutubatse.
Oh, Mutubatse. I apologize, Honorable Mutubatse. Your question was based on issues of illicit liquor, and more focus you put on prices being as low as 10 rands. I think part of the challenge that we have as liquor traders is indeed illicit liquor. There is illicit liquor, honorable members, and on the issues of price, it depends on the disparities of the power of buying. Particularly if you are competing within the space of big business that could buy in bulks and be able to drastically reduce their unit prices, that could be part of the reason. However, we accept, and as liquor traders, that there are illicit liquor products that are there. Part of the measures that we're trying to do is that we create relationship with suppliers, because as licensed holders, we know that suppliers would have to supply to licensed holders, and those suppliers have to be registered. It is also part of the education that we are bringing to our member associations to say that let us assist you if you are not sure of the supplier, but also bring us information of suppliers who turned out later to be supplying illicit liquor. We know that the illicit liquor robs the government, robs also the patrons, because we don't know what goes into the contents of such illicit liquor. What we do as organization, we are driving serious programs of education to a point where we attempt to make patrons, to attempt to make even distributors and sellers to make a distinction between what would have been an original content and what would maybe been seen as illicit. The problem is vast, we appreciate that, but however, the response starts within liquor traders, at least with an educational part, but also to note and research suppliers of illicit. We put in programs in place to really deal with illicit trade, but as we are doing right now, we are relying heavily on suppliers to be legitimate, suppliers to be registered with the registered national authority so that they can supply proper products, liquor product at this point.
Okay. That would then be the second question. The third question asks about the percentage of sale on cigarettes and the responsibility inside and outside, especially for the safety of our workers. The safety of our workers, look, we've got 25% floor space. 25% floor space for those that have got bigger establishments. For those that are like us as taverners, the smoking is done outside. Now, as we employ those that are employed by us, they don't spend a lot of time outside. They spend a lot of time inside, and outside is an open space. So we do not obviously promote secondhand smoking, but it is in a setup where people smoke. So one can wear their mask if the inhaling of secondhand smoke becomes too much. But it is the practicality of our business, but it is also in a ventilated and it's outside space. So the protection, we have not had to this date had any complaints from our employees about secondhand smoking, because they know how to keep themselves safe. And these are people that are obviously over the age of 18. The percentage of sale on cigarettes. The percentage of sale of cigarettes, as I mentioned, it's around 70 to 80%. That is the illicit. How it came, it rose or it went up was obviously after the 2020 ban on cigarettes. So I think that will be the percentage. And the profit margins, obviously they differ. For instance, I would just make a typical example. You buy a packet of 20 for 17 rands, that is the illicit, and you sell it for 2 rands. Now your profit will then be around the margins of 23 rands. That is the issue of illicit. And then your taxable cigarette is around 45 rands. When you sell it as single sticks, you get around 60 rands. So the profits are less. But the problem is not that this is the way to go. The problem will obviously have to be a coordinated approach. And as I've mentioned, if we can have a coordinated approach with the SAPS and we target illicit cigarettes, it will completely die. And we must also be motivated. We must also push that along with our SAPS. But the issue of total ban will honestly be a huge problem. We feel that we should have certain programs that we can work with the SAPS, with the likes of yourself as the health portfolio. I think that will then answer number 3 into number 4.
Yeah. And just to add, colleagues, honorable members, particularly from Honorable Kumalo, was that we do not want to come across as giving a free roll or in taverns to continue the smoking. The reason why we even want to emphasize, at least at this point, the retainment of the 25% is that we're not only using the smoking area as to allow people to smoke, but that is where we stuff our educational material. in as far as the dangers of smoking, particularly combustible smoking, the dangers that it could cause, illnesses like lung cancer and other related illnesses that has to do with tobacco. What we do is we flood that not only with the information on the wall, but we put in flyers there. And to some extent with other partners from the health institutions, is that they assist to at least make all the smokers aware that continuing of smoking, particularly combustible smoking, it poses a danger to health. But what we do, we also try to convert this 25% retained floor space to say that it educate them on what would have been an alternative to a nicotine delivery system. This type of alternative would have vary from vapes. It would then vary from nicotine pouches or nicotine patches. And we educate them that in the main, what they long for, it's a nicotine, and how they can deliver nicotine in a most effective, but then without any combustible, if we would like to do. So we use that space to educate, and we make sure that we get responses from them, and we share that with our partners. So that is one of the submissions that we say, maybe let's retain them, let's confine them in one space. They're all smoking in that. Yes, it's well ventilated, but what do we do about that space? We educate, we get information, we share information, and if we can do any other better to convert them, we do try to convert. First prize, we'd say better to quit. However, if they are having issues of quitting, we're looking at other alternative nicotine delivery system. Thank you.
Okay, on to question number 5. I think, I'm not sure of Umama, but she mentioned the fact that in my presentation, I had said we are still yet to consult other members of GLTA. No, I must say, I think there's a problem of communication with regards to that. We have consulted every member of GLTA and they're aware of the bill, and we have made written submissions as we are now making our presentation. Everybody has been consulted and everybody is singing from the same hymn book. So in terms of consultation, we don't have to go back to consult with anybody. Everybody knows where they stand with regards to the bill. And then number 2, it was mentioned that I started working at the shop in 1997. True, I started working at the shop in 1997. It's a spaza shop. I was 15 years of age. But this is what then happens with issues of responsibility. A spaza shop sells everything that is sold in a spaza shop is legal. The tavern only came in 2001. In 2001, I was 19 years old. But as I was young, yes, I was working in a spaza shop, and there was nothing illegal of my parents training me on how to run a spaza shop. Actually, I'm grateful that my mother introduced me to the spaza shop at 15 years of age, because at the age of 22, I was ready and well to run the spaza shop on my own. My mother died when I was 22, and today I'm 42. Had I not received that early training, I wonder what would have happened. So I don't see any problem with training my offspring as well on how to run the spaza shop. And there's nothing in the spaza shop that is sold illegally. So with regards to that one, I think we don't have problems. I think the very same question, man, healthy living, smoking outside, and secondhand smoking and secondhand smoking for children. In our taverns, we don't allow children. 1. Number 2, the smoking areas that are outside. They are outside, and children they are outside in a space where children are not moving up and down. So the secondhand smoke does not touch any child that is going to the shop. It does not affect them in any shape or form. So we don't have children coming into our establishments. We do push for self-regulation, especially with our own taverners from an association point of view. So I hope that question of number 5 is sorted out. We go to Dr. Jose, which is number 6.
Honorable Leroux, the issue of policing of smokers, you've raised that point, and I think we've covered it in earlier response. And the issue of profits, how much profits, I would think from tobacco products was covered by my friend. Again, Honorable Leroux, the area of smoking area, I think we just want to be innovative about it. We would not want smokers to go to the open. That is the idea. Because once we do away with smoking area, particularly 25%, we are inadvertently exposing non-smokers, we're exposing pregnant women, we're exposing children to smoking. One of the key things that as Gauteng Liquor Traders Association we're trying to do, we want to convert the smoking area, as ventilated as they could be, into a learning but an educational area, or dispensing on education on the dangers of smoking. One key thing that we'd want to do, we would want to put a possibility of quitting and what would have been assistance that we would get for cessation, or as we'd said, alternative nicotine delivery system, in particular nicotine pouches or even nicotine patches. We would also educate our smoking patrons to say that what you get from combustible, you can get in other alternatives delivery system. And this is where we would say that the information that we collect, we think it's vital that we dispense this information, particularly with the department, to work with liquor traders to say, how is this program going and how best can we assist you to maybe drastically or maybe over a progressive period, a progressive realization, to say that we want to also have number of people who are smoking, but how we do it, I think it's key to us. And also we would also like to have partnership with associations like Cancer SA and so on, to say how best can we then expose our patrons, because we want our patrons to live longer, we want our patrons to live healthier. We know that they are over 18, but we are concerned about their health. But then we're bringing cessation as first priority and other alternatives as a second priority. That is for you, Dr. Liru.
And then for Dr. Khosi. Dr. Khosi, you mentioned the issue of enforcement. How do we see that panning out in terms of enforcement? I'm not sure in terms of enforcement with illicit or in terms of enforcement with the bill as it stands. Dr. Khosi, as the bill as it stands, the issue of enforcement will be a bit difficult. But as you would know, Dr. Khosi, if we can introduce alternatives, your harm reduction, we introduce education with our patrons, and we introduce alternative, promote alternative nicotine patches, in lack of a better word, or nicotine delivery systems. If we can do that and push issues of harm reduction, and maybe also, Dr. Khosi, create tobacco-free zones, especially with regards to malls, public spaces, where we know that this is where tobacco users are supposed to be smoking. But enforcement, Dr. Khosi, we have a problem, especially, I'm not sure, Dr. Khosi, this point, I think I missed it in my presentation, point 9.4 B and C. It says the MEC can prescribe a distance to sell tobacco products from any educational or training facility. We think that is going to be a very big problem, Dr. Khosi, because we already have a problem with spatial planning in the township, whereby one tavern cannot be opened up close to another tavern. There must be a 500-meter radius. Now, if the bill will come as is, Dr. Khosi, whereby one cannot sell tobacco products close to an educational or training facility, we have a problem, because I remember when I was in high school, when you walk out the gate, Dr. Khosi, there is a shop, they sell kotas, they sell chips, but they also sell cigarettes. Now, it will be a big problem as to what's going to happen to those establishments, especially if the bill will come as it stands. We feel that it will really disadvantage a lot of other traders, and not only taverners or spaza shop owners, but there's a lot of also spaza shop in front of schools. We don't know how that will come about in its rightful form. The issue of I think is Dr. Khosi answered. Are you okay?
Yeah, and if I may come in, colleagues, considering time, honorable members.
You have 5 minutes to wrap up your responses. We gave you 30 minutes to respond.
5 minutes. Okay, thank you, Honorable Sheila. I'm happy, and we will take your advice forward on the issue of Parliament cannot make exception. We appreciate that, Dr. Sheila. However, we will have to direct it to the correct authority, to the minister in relation to issues of exception. Honorable Sheila, the issue of consulting, my colleagues has covered it, and as well as the issue of designated area, I've made more emphasis why we may have to retain a designated area, not only to accommodate smokers to continue smoking freely, but to dispense educational material and to collect data and to interact with patrons on that. Honorable Dr. Lomo, the issue of legal traders to convert to illicit, it could be, amongst others, to say that it would have been from pressure of these illicit outlets or illicit products that are coming from sources that we may know or we may not know, and where, as a business owner, you have your stocks on the shelf and without moving, and you're seeing the other type of product. Yes, it is not taxed. Yes, it is illicit, and it's going. That could have been one of the reasons. We are happy to take this research forward because we want to deal with illicit, whether it's liquor or whether it's tobacco. But yes, indeed, that could have been one of the sources. The solution to illicit. It cannot come from one source. I think it's a collective effort from all sectors of society, including law enforcement, including government, as to how we are going to elicit. I'm happy that honorable colleagues have honorable members have looked into the sources. I think if we start at the sources, that is where we may deal a serious blow on illicit, and we can escalate from sources to consumers to people who are selling illicit and so on. But that would have been an intergovernmental, NGOs, business people, faith-based organization to some extent. The community has to say how best we can deal with illicit. Dr. Lomo, I think at that point, I may not have a full extent of answers as to how we can deal a blow with illicit, but we are happy as liquor traders to start from our patrons to the suppliers that supplies the products to our outlet.
Just in closing, Dr. Lomo, we'd like to say, look, as GLTA, we fully support national and global public health goals aligned with the WHO Framework Convention on Tobacco Control. And we would really suggest partnership with regards to tobacco control, partnership programs on how to train our patrons or customers on alternatives, how to still enjoy nicotine. Maybe they don't even have to go outside, how to still enjoy nicotine while they are sitting and having a beer. This is through harm reduction. We're talking about pouches, but it can only be a concerted and a partnership program. It cannot be done by one person. And we also feel that it should not be an issue of once the bill is introduced, a number of people have got to go out of business. I unfortunately read in the FCCT, especially Article 17, that says there must be an economically viable alternative activity. If the bill will be passed as is, we request that the portfolio committee, together with interested parties, find economically viable alternative for those that were selling those tobacco products, so that they are not left to be more poor and to add even more pressure on social responsibility. So if we can also work on economically viable alternatives, if the bill should be passed as is, let's find ways on how we can still make sure that people are still earning a living and we don't send them to I'm not sure of the term to use, but we don't run them to be poor, just to make sure that our hawkers can still sell something that is economically viable. Like I said, if it passes, let's find alternatives that we can work with, but also educational and partnership and proper programs within the health sector, with the SAPS, with us liquor traders. Together, we can find an alternative, or together we can find something that can work for health, of the nation, but also make sure that people still maintain their livelihoods. Dr. Dlomo, would like to thank you for your time. I'm not sure of the time, but yeah, thank you, Dr. Dlomo. I'm not sure of the time.
Yeah,
You can.
thank you.
Thank you, Dr.
Okay, thank you very much for your presentation. We'd like to thank you for what you have shared with us. But 3 points, you were able to speak in your slides that you were not able to talk to regarding other alternatives. We listened to that, and we also fully take part of having been formally created for us and also work around it with all other presenters that was able to listen to. You must continue to engage with the Department of Health with regards to some of the issues that if this bill comes into an act, there must be some areas where it can influence the regulations of how some of those things can be done. Lastly, I wish that you don't really go too much on this point that your employees have not come up to talk about settlements. None of them would have done so. He or she will not be having a job in that case. So let's not say we wait for them to complain, only then to do so. I have evidence that some of the people working in the lounges in airports, and they go into those smoking lounges. They don't have choices to do that. They do that. So they can't go and complain because they won't be available for the next job the next day. So let's not bank too much on my employees who have not complained about this exposure. Be that as it may, let's thank you and say your presentation is just part of many other presentations we still have to listen to and that we have listened to, that will enrich our discussions of the portfolio committee dealing with this thing. And thank you very much for your release. Honorable members, our portfolio committee tomorrow starts at 9 o'clock in virtual. The department will join us around 10. We'd like to just deal with the issues that was raised by the chapter with regards to how to navigate this process that we are part of. So we'll start at 9 o'clock tomorrow. Thank you very much and have a good evening.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening.
Please share the link for tomorrow. Bye.
Thanks, Chair. Bye.